Jump up touch the ceiling, monks lift, and then I'll take the punks out, feeling funky, amps in the trunk, and I his arms. And just like the prodigal son, I've returned. Ain't anyone stepping on me, you'll get burned. Cause I got lyrics, but you ain't got none. Gun. But if you do, you're a fool, cause I'll do to the death. Trying to step to me, you take your last breath. I got the skill, come get your fill. Cause when I shoot the gift, I shoot the kill. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. I'm the cream of the crop, I rise to the top. I never eat a pig cause a pig is a cop. Or better yet, a Terminator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trying to play me out like as if my name was Sega. But I ain't going out like no perk, bitch. Get used to one style when I might switch it up and around. Then buck, get down, put out your head and then you wake up in the corner of death. I'm coming to get ya, I'm coming to get ya. Spitting out lyrics, homie, I wet ya. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around, jump around, jump around, jump around, jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, jump. This is dedicated to Joe, the fighter, Nicola. Grab the bullseye. Before you, that's what I said now. Princess who adore you, just go ahead now. One has diamonds in his pockets, and that's no bread now. This one said he wants to buy you rockets, ain't it amazing now? This one got the princely racket, that's what I said now. Got some big seal up on his jacket, and it is his now. You marry him, your father will condone you. How about that now? You marry me, your father will disown you. And it is head now. Marry him or marry me, I'm the one that left it, baby, can't you see? I ain't got no future over the tree, but I know what a prince never ought to be. I know what a prince never ought to be. Said if you want to call me baby, just go ahead now. And if you like to tell me baby, just go ahead now. And if you wanna buy me flowers, just go ahead now. And if you like to talk for hours, just go ahead now.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of PMAR. I wanted to take a moment this morning to congratulate our 5K and 1 miler participants and hand out some awards. I'm going to start with Debbie Rossi. Debbie has been leading the walk for several years now, and she is just awesome. Today she actually waited for Sandra Hahn Colbert's son and daughter and a few of their friends to come, and she led them on the walk. So thank you, Debbie. Okay, and so when I call your name, please come forward and get your finisher coin and cookie. And then we'll take a group picture. So, Shubi Obazor, Kiri Jocelyn, Gwen Genovese, you can stay up here, John Rickner, Jim Spencer, Landon Gould, Tina Medell, Todd Juliette, Patrick Trentkansky, JP Vitus, Wenli Mao, Ashley Hamstra, Eva Velakovic, Josh O'Brien, Steve Campisi, and pictured here is also Jake, Alex, Sandra's son and daughter, and Connor, Adam, Samson, and Samson's friend. They're the dogs.
I want to say something in Delilah, but I know it wasn't.
Did anyone else run or walk this morning? If you did, please come forward also. You earned it. So, congratulations, everyone. Now we're going to move on to our Outstanding Women in Performance and Risk Measurement Awards. So in 2018, TSG launched the Outstanding Women in Performance and Risk Measurement Awards, which recognize women in our industry who have made significant contributions through their creativity, writing, speaking, and in other ways. 20 women have been honored with this award since its launch, and we're excited to recognize 3 more outstanding women today. Today, we present this award to Shalonda Epps of Exponence Incorporated. And Cynthia Shaw Pereira of CIBC Mellon. Okay. And our third recipient, Cindy Kent, will be given her award at a later date. Please join me in congratulating our winners. I thought Cynthia was here. I saw her a little while ago. All right, we'll give her her award in a little while. Congratulations.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time. Usually I say, no, it's too bad, it's too late. Okay, bring her on down. You have her award there, Doug.
Our second recipient.
I just want to briefly comment about yesterday. I I hope you enjoyed it. For me, the highlight was Jeopardy. I don't think we've had a better one than we did yesterday. And I congratulate our victor, Steve Campisi, who kind of ran away with it yesterday. So, very good job. Today, day 2, coincidentally, we're starting off with Mr. Campisi, and Patrick is going to come forward and present him with his fourth Dietz Award. So.
I realize the easiest way to get a Dietz Award is just to co-author with Steve, so. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to celebrate excellence in performance measurement literature embodied by the prestigious Peter Dietz Award. Named after Peter Dietz, the grandfather of performance measurement, this award recognizes outstanding contributions to the field. Introduced 24 years ago, that sounds like a long time ago, the Dietz Award holds a special place in the hearts of scholars and practitioners alike. At the culmination of each publishing year, the Journal of Performance Management's advisory board meticulously selects the best article from each issue. From these top contenders, one is crowned the ultimate winner. It's with great pride and admiration that I announce the recipient of the 2023 Dietz Award, Stephen Campisi. This marks Stephen's 4th time receiving this award and makes him the most decorated performance measurement professional of all time. Little hyperbole there. A testament to his unwavering commitment to excellence. His winning article, evaluating benchmark misfit risk, published in the fall 2022 issue of the journal, stands as a beacon of innovation and scholarship in our field. Today, Stephen will expand on his article with a presentation based on his groundbreaking work. Please join me in extending our heartfelt congratulations to Stephen Campisi, Dietz Award winner, Jeopardy winner. I don't know where it ends, Steve.
Thank you, sir. I want to acknowledge Dave Spalding for his best ever imitation of being the Great Gatsby. He moves to Florida and suddenly comes back all stylish, and so that was so nice. I also want to acknowledge Doug Spalding for his outstanding work that he's done tirelessly and with great joy in his heart, and it shows. Oh, there would be no Dietz Award, no finalists, no articles if it weren't for his work encouraging everybody in terms of submitting. He beats the bushes and tries to get the best articles there. And I think we all owe him a great debt. Join me in a little applause for Doug. I wish there were a Dietz Award for the publisher, but he just gets to do the work. And once in a while they clap for you, so there you go. I'm so glad to join all of you here today to be part of this wonderful conference. I realize that for some of you, this is like what they say, deja vu all over again. It's like, wasn't he here last year? What? Last year I had a fill-in spot at the last minute, can you come? And I had this article. And so it's a little abundance of riches or something, but I did want this to be something new and different for you, so I've created a different case study. I included a little bit of alternatives in there for you, and I have a little bonus round at the end where we're going to take a look at how do you actually go about doing this stuff. I got the idea, but what if I approach it one way versus another way? And in this case, we're talking about what does your portfolio actually act like? We know what it calls itself, but what does it behave like? I didn't take the typical way of doing it, as you'll see. And then I'm going to show you at the end what happens if you do take the typical way. The results are kind of astounding. And that's part of a lot of the research I'm doing now. What are the assumptions we make and we just don't give them a thought? Maybe it's worth giving them a thought. And that's what I hope to do with you here today. So once again, we're going to look at the assumption that you buy investments, maybe you buy mutual funds, and you round out your asset allocation. And what you get is the asset allocation, its risk and return characteristics, plus an excess return that's purely idiosyncratic. That's not actually how it ends up being in real life. So the question becomes, not just is this happening, but how significant is it? And then back to the decision, what can I do about it if I want to control this? So we have to start with the investment process, which has as its center the client. The client has financial goals. They have things they want to do, hopes and dreams, and they're going to need money to pay for it. And so how we reconcile the money they have now, the money they want to pull out, and the amount of time, we reconcile that through some kind of return. The return is not a goal. It's a means to an end. There's a return and a risk associated with it. And to deliver that, which is essentially a market return, we're going to need an asset allocation. So work is done in that regard. Forward-looking views are consolidated into a set of assets we may think of as growth assets, safety assets, diversifiers, basically equities, fixed income, perhaps alternatives. Then we turn the plan into a portfolio by buying investments. There's a lot of work to be done in this regard to have true portfolio construction. Most of the time, we just have a beauty contest. This is my favorite large cap guy, this is my favorite bond guy, and you throw them together. You wouldn't make a junior high softball team with that kind of reasoning, but that's how most portfolios end up. And your portfolio ends up happening to you. But I suggest you're in control here, you're responsible. You have to know what's going on in your portfolio. And that's where we have the triumphal entry of the performance analysts. Quite frankly, if not for you, we would have no facts. All we would have are custodian statements, trades happening all over the place, ideas about what's going on. But you turn all that into something useful, like a series of returns earned on investments. And then come the analytics. But it's this notion that we had expectations and then we have reality. Now, if we were just passively investing, you could just go down the aisle, buy one of everything, or you can create a sample that you think is representative, and you'd be done. But we're talking about the active management world where we hope to earn an extra return to help us meet our goals. So now you've got some coordinating to do. You've got the plan, and then you've got people doing stuff to deliver on the plan. What are they doing? What is the effect? Do I just take it as it comes? You tell me you're a large growth manager, and I believe you, and we leave it at that. That's a nice, convenient way, but reality sometimes, as this shows, bites you. And that's what we don't want to have happen. You're here to make sure that doesn't happen. If it does happen, if it is happening, you're the ones to first let people know. Did you know this is what's happening? This is where all your problems are located. They're not scattered. It may be there's just one or two places where you got to fix that one thing, and then you're in much better shape. So I'm going to stand here in all audacity and tell you your funds are delivering a different asset allocation than what you think you have. Now, how shocking is that going to be to you? I had a really shocking picture about this, but Patrick said it was just too risque. And so this is the next best I could do. But when you find this out, how much cognitive dissonance and mental distress are you going to experience? I'm going to say, be shocked, but then be encouraged, because we could take care of this, and I'm going to show you. Now, you may be in some stage of denial. You may think you're really killing it, but you ain't. And you want to know something? Somebody's got to stand here and tell you that. I just did. You may say, well, it's different, Steve, but it's not that different. I ordered Baby Yoda, and you delivered 900-year-old Yoda who's 3 days away from disappearing forever into the Force. Does that matter to you? I think it might. So here's the problem. You could say, you're not the same. And you can say, no, we really are. I look at how it lines up. That's what it looks like, but it's not what it acts like. Now, who's causing this? I'm not going to vilify the active managers, but I am going to put all the blame on them, okay? The point is, you hired them. It's your job to know what's going on. It's your job to know what's driving performance in your portfolio. So let's take a look at a very common example. These are the two places where this happens most. Your large cap guy, let's take the growth style. Style, what does style mean? Much of what is called style is nothing more than sector and industry exposure. But is he really going to be buying only things that are classified as large growth? There are some benchmarks that split it growth, value, and then a part in the middle where these stocks end up in both. Depends. You got to know your benchmarks. The point is there are classification differences. There are lots of reasons to think this is an innocent thing, but more likely, these guys are stock pickers looking for opportunity. They're in a global environment, and so they may be buying foreign stocks. That makes you underweight large cap, overweight foreign. They may move down in style. Either they're trying to get a structural size premium or they just like the companies. But it's not surprising that stock selection will be driving this kind of structural drift. And it's not even drift like I wandered. It's a permanent difference in the allocation that this manager is following compared to what he's told to deliver. The worst of all offenders, and I come from this world, I was one of these, is I'm going to go against a high-quality bond benchmark like the aggregate index, but I'm going to underweight the treasuries, I'm going to overweight spread product. And in the spread product, I'm going to probably go credit-intensive stuff. So not just I'm buying more corporates, I'm stepping down triple Bs, crossovers with their high yield on one side, high yield, emerging market debt, which frankly acts a lot closer to emerging market equity than any kind of a bond. Okay, now we've got a strong equity risk premium operating in what we think is a diversifying high-quality bond portfolio. This happens all the time. And these guys will crush the aggregate index, but they're doing so with a lot of different kinds of risk. And you just need to be aware what that is going to mean in your portfolio, where they're only one of several things. A lot of people have said, if you don't understand risk, you're going to mistake it for skill. You'll end up punishing the good guys, rewarding the bad guys. Bad things happen. We want to keep that from happening. So here we're going to do a matrix thing, right? You're going to stick with the blue pill and just say, we're happy as we are. Stop bothering me, right? Be clear, be brief, be gone with your talk. But here we're saying, yeah, it could be easy. If you believe that all of your alpha is idiosyncratic and there are no structural things going on, life's pretty easy. Portfolio return, you subtract the benchmark return from it. You call that excess return. You may as well even call it alpha if you don't adjust it for risk. And you got your tracking error. Perfect, right? This is what's more likely happening. If you look across all of your funds and see what your portfolio acts like. Now, you could do this on a constituency basis, you know, that's called the slow and stupid way because you're only going to capture points in time. But returns over time don't lie. And the duck theory says if it acts and walks and looks like a duck, it's a duck. So we can solve for what your portfolio acts like and infer a set of exposures. Some people call those effective exposures. It's just a matter of what does it act like structurally. Now we have a two-step process. We're going to recognize that strategic allocation difference. That is the difference between the effective exposures and the benchmark. Maybe there's some excess return there. There is some tracking error there. But now we've got a structural part. And the true selection now comes out, which is the difference between the portfolio and its true allocation through the effective exposures. So this is not complicated. It's not really that much involved. The focus is on how does it behave. That's what it really is. So we're going to start and do a case study here with a nice diversified asset allocation. We're going to fill up every box. They used to call it fill up with the style boxes. However, what percent in each category, we're going to put that much in. We're going to rebalance the benchmark and rebalance the portfolio every month. So there should be no structural differences at all. Here is our big, beautiful benchmark. It's essentially a 70-30. The growth part is 60% public equity, 10% real assets, we'll call that our alternatives in the upper left-hand corner, split equally between real estate and commodities. The bonds that are 30%, they're two-thirds high-quality bonds, say the aggregate, treasuries, corporates, mortgage backs, and then the other 10% is split opportunistically between non-US bonds and high yield. On the right, you can see it's evenly spaced between value and growth. These are essentially the factors. You could come up with mathematical, hypothetical factors. You can't buy a factor, really. You can buy investments. Here, I'm aligning these factors to the decision process. That's what I'm trying to describe and evaluate. So we decide to have this strategy. We decide to implement it with these funds, and we're going to now take a look at the results. Now, here's how I went about this. I took each fund and I analyzed its set of effective exposures. Like, what does my large growth guy act like? How much is he acting like large growth versus other stuff? And then I consolidated all of those results. That's not the way it's typically done. The way it's typically done is just to take the portfolio's aggregate return and run effective exposures on that. There's a difference. We'll see that at the end. But you know this process. I'm sure you're familiar with this. You just take index returns, you use an optimizer to change the weights around until you get a return stream that matches your portfolio as closely as possible. You can use the correlation. I like to use the R squared, the correlation squared, where it's explaining, it's essentially saying what percent of your portfolio's return pattern is explained by the factors in the benchmark. So this is what my portfolio acts like. And here we're going to make a comparison. Here's the portfolio as a pie chart. You'll notice that the largest exposure on the left in sort of brown is the 20% that's in aggregate bonds. That's equal to the 10% that's in both large value, large growth. You know, so there's a sort of a safety core there. But this is what the portfolio acts like. Now, just the colors alone would tell you, wait a minute, it's supposed to have like 5% in high yield. This portfolio acts like it's holding a quarter in high yieldish stuff. Now, the only thing that may raise an eyebrow here is that I don't have emerging markets bonds in there. And absent emerging markets bonds, which are even more volatile, they may be buying those. The only way to represent that is more high yield. But what we're really getting at here is not so much these numbers, but what are the economic factors at work, like a credit risk premium. How much do I own? And this is saying you have a much more credit intensive portfolio. We'll see that even more in this type of a slide where it's rectangular. Notice that the upper left-hand corner is pretty much safety assets, and the bottom right corner is more opportunistic. That's what we think we have. What the portfolio is acting like is a much more growth-oriented, aggressive portfolio. So we should expect a little more volatility, hopefully some more return for it. How did we get here? Here's like a matrix. It goes down in columns to show you what the segments are, but it goes across to show you how each fund behaves. So we'll just take a look at the first row, which is large cap growth. He acts like he's about half in large growth, and he's half in other stuff. Okay, and that other stuff isn't that bad, because you notice it's all growthy, mid-cap growth, small-cap growth. Yeah. In terms of the growth factor or style, it's pretty pure in that regard. He's got some foreign exposure. Yeah, we expect that. That's a reasonable thing. This should not shock anybody, but it is structurally different from the benchmark. And this isn't a point in time. This is what we did over, let's say, this 5-year period. And again, we're not looking forward, making ex-ante projections. We know with 100% certainty what happened, how the benchmarks behaved, and how this portfolio behaved in that context. If you look down the diagonal, that's where you're seeing how pure each fund is. And not surprisingly, a high number would be somewhere like 80%. A low number, if you go, I circled it in the middle, foreign value. That's only acting like it's a third foreign value. It's third other stuff that results from stock picking, let's say. But the worst offender is now going to jump out. And this is the beauty of this kind of analysis. You don't have to go through all 14 funds. You're going to find the 1 or 2 that are really stinking up the joint and making a mess for everybody else. And that's the bond portfolio. He acts like he's 7% bonds and 88% high yield. This is a core plus being the operative word, core plus bond manager. Seeking alpha. As a bond manager against the ag, you may love him. That's not the question. The question is, what is he doing in my portfolio? And in this case, we're saying if you've got this degree of mismatch in terms of the credit risk premium in your portfolio, this is where most of your tracking error is coming from. You believe it's coming from stock selection, bond selection. It ain't. Some of it is, but you'll be surprised at the percentage that's coming from this structural mismatch and from this single fund. Now you can come to your portfolio manager and say, we're looking at the performance. There's a lot of tracking error caused by this one thing. Maybe you want to look at it. He doesn't have to sit with the committee and go through all 14 funds. He needs to say, we're taking decisive action because we see this thing on its own looks good, but in the portfolio, we should maybe adjust this a bit. I turn those fund exposures into portfolio exposures. Growth. And half of it was in its pure style. So half of 10, that's the 5%. Now look down the column of large cap growth. Now we're seeing, where does my large cap growth factor exposure come from? It doesn't just come from that one fund. It's scattered across several funds. That's not unreasonable. Everybody's got a little mismatch. We're just aggregating the mismatches, seeing where they come from. But look at the bottom where it says effective weights. We're supposed to have 10% in each of large growth and large value. We've got about 6.5. So in aggregate, we have about 13%, not 20%. We're going to call that an active weight. Active just means different. And so if we look at these active weights, we see the source of tracking error coming. You take your covariance matrix and you put in weights, out pops variance. That's how you get the total volatility of your fund. If you put these differences in weights, these active weights into the covariance matrix, out pops tracking error. And the sources of the tracking error. Because keep in mind, this is just a matrix. It's just a grid. It's nothing more than a weighted average. You've got covariance matrix and you've got a weighting matrix. You lay one on the other, and that's everything you need to know about risk management. So you want to ask questions and answer questions like, where did my vol come from? Where did my tracking error come from? This is how you can do it quite easily. Now, these are not terrible weights. You know, attribution is not done on a relative basis. It's absolute numbers. What was the overweight? What was the underweight? These are not terrible, and they're in the range of 3 to 5%. But if I were back in Brooklyn, New York, I'd say, Maron, what's happening with that high yield? 20% active weight. Well, we don't need to do anything more right now just to say, this has got to be where a lot of tracking errors come from, and I didn't know about it. So here's the results in a more traditional way. Here's like a capital market line. You've got cash, you've got that green diamond that's the benchmark, and then in orange you have the portfolio's active exposures. And as we expected, this is a little more aggressive, it's got a little higher return, and it's for a little more risk. It seems kind of efficient in that regard. The portfolio in blue, that's the result of real investment selection. This is actually confirming that the investment selection process is working well, albeit with some tracking error that we may be a little uninformed about, but it's going well. They're getting rewarded well for taking risk, and they took more risk. That's smart. And if you want to do it adjusted for volatility, you just drop the line down to the corresponding opportunity cost on the chart. You don't have a hallucination and bring the portfolio to the level of risk of the benchmark. That's just madness. This is reality. So we're going to just look and say, I got 114 basis points adjusted for vol. That's good, right? So this is actually a good story emerging. The story that's emerging is the selection process seems to be working. It seems to be pretty efficient. If you want to actually run the numbers, here are the numbers. We said that the effective exposures have a return. Now the benchmark was about 9 3/4. The effective exposures a little more than 10. So subtract one from the other. This is a simple arithmetic exercise. We got 33 basis points from that misfit risk. But the tracking error, 189 basis points in total, 66 of it came from misfit risk. It's like a third. Would you think that a third of your tracking error is coming from this unmanaged thing that's happening to you? I would suggest that you're responsible for knowing what's going on in your portfolio, at least be aware of it, and then you can take action. And what seems to be emerging that's happy is you don't need to do much with your portfolio. Most of it's pretty good, except for this one part that isn't. And the real selection effect, that's the difference between the portfolio and those effective exposures. So the portfolio earned almost 11 3/4 compared to a passive return of about 10. So there we see active excess return, 166 basis points. And most of the tracking error is actually coming from there. So this is still a good story. This is a very good story in terms of selection. But if you want to look at efficiency, You need to look at this on a percentage basis, not a basis point basis. Efficiency actually comes from equalizing your contribution to risk and your contribution to return. When those are equal, you have the most efficiency you can have. And we see here, not surprisingly, the misfit excess return or the misfit process being unmanaged is inefficient. I created this number just so that it's simple, but you subtract the risk contribution from the return contribution. If things were perfect, it would be zero. If it's negative, and you're always going to have negatives and positives. You just want to be aware of where they're happening, why they're happening. And not surprisingly, the active is so efficient that it offsets the inefficiency. Okay, this is a good story. Right? I hope it seems like a good story, not a downer. But now we've got to look at how do we move to decisions? What should I do in the portfolio, if anything? Well, we'll just start by looking at risk contributions. People look at money contributions or money concentrations. We need to look at risk concentrations. Here we see that more than half of the tracking error is coming from these two sectors. And they're finite sectors. It's not just large cap, it's the large growth and the US bonds. More than half of your tracking errors come from those two sectors. I would pose the question to you. Are you happy with that? Or maybe you'd like to spread that out a bit more. You could take action. But here we'll see that if you had to take only one action, I give you only one thing you could do, you know what you'd do. You look at that big red line and say, the misfit risk coming from bonds is about 100 basis points. That's more than half of the 189 basis points in total. That comes from a guy pretending to be high quality bonds and he's delivering something that acts more like high yield. Of course that's going to create a lot of tracking error. The more interesting thing is the left side. Do you notice that while everything has tracking error, it's not always additive? There are a number of sectors that are actually subtracting tracking error. Now, that's not a magical thing. You take the correlation of your active stream of that sector relative to the total excess return. If it's negative, then whatever tracking error you have is subtracting tracking error. That would make you say, hey, if you're giving me alpha and you're giving me tracking error that subtracts, back up the truck. Give me some more of that. It's going to change your perception. You know, tracking error is bad. Tracking error is not bad. Tracking error that contributes to volatility and to excess return volatility, that's bad. But tracking error that subtracts, that's like nirvana tracking error. And we have that going on. The US bonds, the misfit risk was terrible. The selection process somehow had that negative correlation and mitigated half of that tracking error. So if I were just putting it together, it's just to focus on the one thing that's key here. It's this one at US bonds. They're contributing 99 basis points of misfit tracking error, but they're subtracting 45. Pardon me for getting choked up at this, it moves me. There can be no more nerdiness than that. So here's the conclusions we come up with. These are the actionable statements that you could put together and present to your portfolio group. They're busy managing the portfolio. You're the only one with the time and the expertise and the insight to come and take a look, right? It's like doctors can't diagnose themselves. They have to go to other doctors. It's the same thing here. But over a third of the portfolio's tracking error is coming from this unmanaged thing. We're going to say, all right, let's manage it, you know, and we'll take care of these concentrations while we're at it. Here's the idea of what happens if you ignore this. You are going to fire your best guys, meaning the biggest contributors to the portfolio, because they may not look that good individually. But you're not buying them as the only thing you own. You're buying them as part of the team. First thing you have to do is create a team. And then you'll make sure everybody on the team is contributing. So on this top ranking here, the naive ranking, that's just looking at it relative to its benchmark. You would look at this bond portfolio as number one relative to its benchmark, swimming in the ocean in isolation. It's beautiful. But in the portfolio, it's dead last. Now, the statistic I'm using at the bottom is something I wish we'd see more of, but it's attribution of information ratio. Whatever your information ratio is, how is each fund contributing to it? Worst. Okay, you can't have any bigger mistake than this one. This kind of thing can't happen to you. Even look at the large cap guys. It's not terrible, the difference in rankings, but on one of them, you know, it's delivering 3 times as much. Instead of 21 basis points, it's more like 60. And on the other one, you think you're delivering 15, you're delivering a big fat 0. These are the kinds of things I just suggest that we start to know more about. So we can say, I know what's happening in the portfolio and what is driving my results. Again, we return to this notion of efficiency. Look at how much it contributes to the total as a percentage of return and risk. If we looked at it this way, here we're just looking at how efficient is each decision, okay? And so by sector, let's go again to the only one we really need to worry about, which is the US bonds. The misfit risk is just awful. It's efficiency. It's subtracting 30% more. It's contributing 30% more in risk relative to what it's contributing in return in active space. That's the problem. That's what makes this so easy to identify. You're not going to get lost in the details. You're going to calculate on everything and be encouraged that most of your portfolio is actually really good. And you may have 1 or 2 things to take care of. And so here we see it. I like to color code it because it jumps right out at you. You're saying you've got like a negative 22, which that's a big number in terms of inefficiency. It's mitigated a little by the active process, but still, it's the misfit that's the major thing. It's this guy wandering substantially and permanently from the mandate to beat the ag with some kind of phony baloney bait and switch. There's no kind way to say that. Read the Yale Endowment's annual report where they talk about this thing with even less kindness than I've extended to these rascals. So that's the essence of looking at it. I want to show you a little bit about how I looked at it, because this surprised me. I mean, I actually tried all these methods before I picked mine. There was some science, so I didn't just decide to do it, you know, piecemeal. But most people just look at the total portfolio return. There's great wisdom in that. It's got the interaction of everything happening, and the numbers don't lie. You can't hide from the returns about what's really behind them. And this is how most people do this, using a regression analysis. I could have added cash. I chose to only work with the deliberate decisions. But you could say cash is going to be there, and it has an effect, so we should allow for how much your portfolio seems to be either holding cash or acting like it. And you could do that at the fund level, and you can do it at the total portfolio level. So we're up to 3 other ways. The next one is to add some kind of a constraint. I don't add any constraints. The more you constrain it, the more you're telling the answer what it should be. I'll eliminate leverage, I'll eliminate short selling because that's not characteristic of this kind of portfolio. But I'm not putting other constraints in. But it might be reasonable. You think they give you water when you're here, you know? They do every other kind thing. But I'm like, I'm ready to drink what's left in that glass. Do you mind? I'll do it on a dare. You might say, look, at least come up. This is my man, Bo. Bo is the man. Thank you, sir. I really didn't get choked up before. I was just thirsty. But I was embarrassed. You could say, just give me an answer that has the same systematic risk as my portfolio. I think these are all reasonable ways of going about it. I know I'm going to spill this on the computer and the whole thing's going to blow up and then they'll hate me forever. So here are the results. Remember, we started with the portfolio and the benchmark and the effective exposures in the portfolio. Now, the ones with the beta of, if I just looked at the overall portfolio, look in purple, it would be about the same return, a little riskier. And these are all asking the optimizer, find the mix that gives me the highest R squared. If I constrain the beta, notice there was a move downward. Same risk, beta of 1, right? Beta is simply the ratio of volatility of portfolio to benchmark times its correlation. So they're all going to go hand in hand. And it's not surprising that this beta of 1 has a bit lower return. But the one that's surprising are these 2 in the middle, the ones that allowed for cash. Notice they cut risk by a third, moved from like a 12 handle to an 8 handle. And you're like, what's up with that? That can't be right. I would ask the question, I'm not doing it as a poll, mostly because I got it wrong myself, but which is like sort of the best answer? Well, how do you define best? If you define it as the one with the highest correlation, which is typical of this approach, you'd say, which one has the highest correlation? Which of these would you think are highest? They're all good answers. But here's the actual answer. Red is the worst, green is the best. You know that the best and the worst answer were those two that had cash? The ones right in the middle with only 2/3 of the vol? It seems crazy, but that has both the opportunity for the highest R squared, and these are not correlations. Correlations would be even higher. This is saying somewhere the low of 97.5% explanatory power versus 99 1/3. Okay, let's look at those two cash answers. Look at the big fat slug of cash. It's somewhere between 1/4 and 40%. Now that can't be right. At some point you've got to use your judgment and say, this may be the mathematically best answer in terms of this statistic, but it's clearly not representative. Even if everybody decided their sector was just terrible and loaded money in cash, you would not get this result. Let's look at the total portfolio level, the way it's mostly done. That's line 2, line 3, line 3 and 2, 5. I did that math in my head just now. Notice they got big gaps. It acts like you have no large value, you have no foreign bonds. That can't be right. We know we own them. How can that be the answer? Because that's how the optimizer works. It does what you tell it to do. And that's what I'm saying. We've got to find some compromise here, get a sense of what's likely to happen and what's most reasonable. Now we come to how I did it at the fund level with no cash. Kind of a middle of the road thing, but representative. And it lets me speak to each fund individually as well as its role within the portfolio. And that's why I picked this methodology. Right? There was some thought behind it. But it's just interesting because this gets to this underlying theme that there are assumptions we make and we don't even challenge them, much less test them. But it's worth it. You may be surprised at what you have. So from this, we're going to say this is about portfolio construction. You're looking at it after the fact, but you're showing the portfolio constructors where they may have some work to do to improve it. And with a little change, like you swap out this bond manager, perhaps you add another bond manager with him, there are things you can do. And it's not that much, but the result is substantial. Every thorough presentation and article should have an appendix, so this is mine. I did want to give you just a little bit of the mechanics behind this. I mentioned to the fact that this is all driven by correlation. The correlation of the thing to the portfolio that it's in. That's the correlation we need. You have correlations among all the pairs. You need to consolidate that. And once you have that correlation of thing A to the portfolio, that correlation becomes, in usefulness, what percentage of my individual risk contribution sticks in the portfolio. It's driven by its weight, it's driven by its individual risk. But the correlation is what is going to determine how much goes in. And if that correlation is negative, you have the magic risk subtractor. You want more of that. The traditional way would throw that out the window because it has too much. And so here's the way you'd work it out. If we looked at the misfit factor and the active factor, right? Notice they each have north of 100. 103 basis points of misfit risk, 147 basis points of active risk. Reasonable, that's where you'd like more of it to come from. What's the correlation? The correlation of the misfit risk to the total excess return is 0.63. That means a little less than 2/3 of it remains. And 63% of 100, there's 66. You can see it right there. The active has a higher correlation. Now you might ask why. Well, part of it is because it's just a bigger percentage of the number. It's nothing much more than that. And then there are other characteristics, but it's reasonable. And we're saying you keep 84% of the risk. But now we've completely attributed the tracking error. This is what the industry, after 30 years, is still silent on. They do attribution every which way, cut every 5 minutes, and yet they're silent on where did the risk come from. We need to start talking about this, because it's only when you have the both risk and return contributions together that you could see whether you have efficiencies or inefficiency, what to do more of, what to cut back on. I see they're already giving me the hook with the microphones, like, stop talking, let somebody else talk.
Oh.
So we're good. Thank you so much for sitting through this presentation. If you were here last year, I hope this was still something a little extra for you. And if I can help any of you with any of this, it'd be my privilege to do so.
Questions? Okay.
Steve, could you go back to slide 31 for a second? '31. One more.
One more forward?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at slides on the presentation. The simple things are harder
This
for me,
one.
Dan.
On the right, you've got the R squared for the
Yes.
for the fit. Have you looked at the T-stats on the individual weights? So if I went across one of the rows, I've got, 6.5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 5, 0. There are a lot of different combinations of those kind of numbers because they're collinear that would get you R squareds very similar to that, which is why these things are different when you look at the different rows. Did you try to actually compute T-stats on the individual numbers, the numbers in black, to see, which of those is potentially accurate? Because if you got a number like, 1.5 with a confidence interval of 30, you're not going to feel good about that number.
Okay. I have one quick question for you. Why do you say there's collinearity occurring?
Because EFA growth and EFA value are correlated to each other.
True. But they're not overlapping asset classes, which would be a more, and I would think that's more typical of collinearity. Overlaps.
They're not overlapping in the positions, true, but if I just took the EFA growth index, the EFA value index, they're dramatically correlated.
Yes.
And
You could
so-
say that about everything.
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is that if you're going to sum these numbers, right, as you did either by row or by column, you'd kind of like to know that the confidence interval on the individual values was minimal, right? If I'm going to add up a bunch of stuff,
Yep.
I'd like to know the things I'm adding
Yeah.
I'm confident the number's right.
Now, you can infer that the answer is no, I did not do that. But I think more importantly, this question from Dan gives me great joy because it is a deja vu all over again. It harkens back to the first time I did a Dietz presentation, and Dan was one step from heckling me, and that was the start of a great friendship that's lasted more than 2 decades. And I'm going to have the same answer, and that is what I said at the beginning, which was surreptitiously aimed in your direction, with you sitting right there, is that I'm not making any forecasts about, I'm going to say accurate is this is accurately what actually happened.
What's an unbiased estimate?
And I'm interested in the notion, but I'm wondering if you're concluding from that maybe these are not accurate representations about what occurred. Because I'm thinking I'm in the 100% confidence world of this is what actually happened based on this data being correct.
Right, but you yourself just
You need the mic.
said that you have cases where you own something,
Yes.
right? And
Okay.
yet the block is empty. And the reason for that is that the value that you're computing may have a large confidence interval. I did one of these a while ago where, the number was 10% for a U.S. equity portfolio on Japanese equities. There were no Japanese equities. The true value was 0, but when you did the computation that you're doing, you're getting 10 plus or minus 30.
And your conclusion is important. There's something embedded in it. You could say, I've got EFA over here, but it makes like it's got emerging market exposure. Well, 40% of their revenues go to emerging countries. So there's something there, And I'm wondering, what do we get to? My other question is, where were you when I needed you? I'm working on this stuff. Here you are now. Thank you very much.
The computation was published in FHA in '97, so you got to be old.
I am. I'm just not well-read. I appreciate that. We should follow up on this. I appreciate the comment very much.
This is a published result.
Okay.
Hey,
See, now that was
Steve.
so smart. Everybody else is scared, okay? You happy?
I have a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned something earlier about the end client and their goals and portfolio managers and their goals. So can you take this, for example, about this fee benchmark on how, like, if you use the actual numbers that matters and stop making the assumption of things that they've been doing forever, how does this actually help the end client in order to reach their goals?
If we're talking about, and the client meaning the asset owner, the person whose money is being put at risk, it's important to let them know that you're in control of the process. When you meet with them, your job is to develop and encourage and increase trust and confidence in the process. You begin that by being able to represent the process, not just the return, which is where performance attribution is now, but the risk that went along with it, to say these risks we took were worth taking. We were compensated for them. If there are uncompensated risks, I'd want to know about it. We had them at one point. I took care of it. It leads to the idea of showing that you're in control of what's happening in the portfolio. It's just one little tool, you know, but the idea that there could be something under the surface that's like a Sharknado kind of a thing and you're unaware of it, that's what you want to know about.
You mentioned once or twice negative tracking error. You can't have a negative tracking error.
No,
So
you
what
can
did
have negative contribution to
Okay,
tracking
so
error.
that's what- okay.
Everybody has tracking error, but some of it subtracts from the total.
Okay, because I thought I heard you say negative tracking error. So your stats are based on 5 years of monthly returns, but that suggests to me that you're assuming static allocation and you're assuming static style. You're not taking into consideration that I'm changing my weight, so does that make that less realistic?
It makes it focused. See, if I'm going to try to get at what's happening with the underlying managers, I have to control for other things. If I start doing tactical movements, that's another decision. Trying to get at this decision. To what extent did I pick managers that are delivering the asset allocation? That's why I deliberately controlled for everything else. If we wanted to roll this into something else and said, I want you to tell me about my tactical moves, I want you to tell me about the drift, I want you to tell me about how rebalancing affects it, they all affect it. But I have to take each one at a piece. Then there would be, how do I combine them?
So did you for weights, did you use the average weight of allocation, for example, for high yield for the year, even though, or for the 5 years, even though it may have varied from something like 0 to,
I made
don't know.
I made the portfolio look like the benchmark. So the benchmark, every benchmark is rebalanced at the frequency of the data. So the benchmark gets rebalanced in every sector, every month. I did the same in the portfolio, so that was not a false mismatch. I need to control for that so that I get the fund factor out.
Okay. You also did not include private equity hedge funds.
Right.
So is that realistic, especially if we're talking a high net worth individual or an institution? And so would that make it more realistic? And in which case, if you were to do that, would you be using for high yield, I'm sorry, for private equity, would you be using time-weighted returns?
So
And what would you use for your index?
This is like a philosophical question, you know? When you actually manage a portfolio like this, and like that was my job, you know, take 5% out a year in every quarter, right? You know you're not taking that out of private equity. It's sitting there. There's a liquid part of the portfolio, and there's a tremendous spending strain on that part. So this is in the realm of the liquid part of the portfolio. I'm not leaving something out. I'm saying this is the actionable part where we can actually rebalance. The other below the line thing, that's a look at it every 10 years thing. That's something else.
And your slide 18, I'm just curious. I think it's 18. Double check. So when you, I'm curious. You touched on this, but I'm not clear. So, for example, large cap value shifted from being in the upper left to the upper right. Is there anything we conclude from that, or is that just coincidental that it's now over to the right? I mean, and other ones moved. I didn't know whether there's something, because it sounded.
It's driven by size, and all we're saying is it's underweight in terms of as an exposure within the portfolio relative to your expectation. And this is just how they fit them in.
Okay. All right.
There wasn't a deeper meaning than that.
There's no meaning. I thought I heard you allude to why it was on the left, but I guess I misunderstood. So, anyone else have a question? You also made a statement, unmanaged misfit. And why do you conclude it's unmanaged? Is it possible that that the manager knows this is going on? So I'm just not clear on why you conclude it's unmanaged.
If you look at what calls itself portfolio construction these days, it's essentially a due diligence effort and a beauty contest. There's people who stock the shelves with good funds, they're watching them, they're doing all that due diligence, but I've got to create a portfolio. Do managers actually look at the interaction between each of these funds? No, they don't. They don't build a team. It's just not how it's done. It's not done with any science. It's not done with half of the rigor of your asset allocation. And yet, diversification of alpha is 3 to 4 times more powerful than the diversification among the markets. You can eliminate 15 to 25% of market volatility through diversification of asset classes. You'd be left with 25% of the tracking error risk and leave off 2/3 to 3/4 if you effectively find managers with alpha diversification, low correlation among their alphas. You could simply substitute that for what you normally do in mean variance space, and then you would have managed this process. If you said, give me the highest information ratio set of managers, it will automatically line up these managers so that they act like the benchmark. It would take care of the misfit risk right behind the scenes without even having to specify it. So this actually has great application, it's easy to implement, and there's a lot of rigor behind it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you all, everybody. Oh, I should take this with me.
Yeah, do that. Okay, we have a panel coming up, and I'll ask, my understanding is that Matt Dethridge, you're going to be moderating, correct? So I will let you introduce the panel.
Thanks. Good morning. I'm excited to be moderating this panel with these two gentlemen to my left here, and we will be discussing the SEC marketing rule, potentially something that people have heard about in this room. It's been a hot topic for the next couple years, or for the last few years. So to start with introductions, my name is Matt Dethridge. I'm a partner at Longs Peak Advisory Services, and we work with the SEC marketing rule from a performance standpoint. We work with firms in a consulting sense, outsourced for performance, marketing materials, and GIPS compliance. And I'll pass it over to the gentleman on my left, Lance and then Thane, to introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, I'm Lance Dial. I'm a partner at K&L Gates. Been doing marketing rules stuff since before the marketing rule was a marketing rule, and it was called an advertising rule. And there was just hundreds of pages of guidance that we had to sift through. So this has been a labor near and dear to my heart. And I have to say, as an attorney here at this conference, I just sat here and salivated over all the footnotes that I could have written on that slide presentation we just saw. I thought that's really great, and had a lot of questions about what is performance and what's not, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So excited to be here.
Thanks, Lance. I'm Thane Gould. I'm a director and head of advertising and marketing review for Vigilant Compliance, and also act as CCO for investment advisors.
So just a quick overview of what some of the various topics we'll cover today. As Lance mentioned, some returns, some disclosures, some considerations in general when working through this SEC marketing rule and your advertising. So to kick it off and get into the meat of it, we're going to start off with some gross versus net returns. As we heard on the trivia last night, we're talking about the prescribed time periods that the SEC has put out there. So your 1, 5, 10, since inception, and less than that. So I guess first question for either of you gentlemen, whoever wants to jump in, why is net required when we're talking about these prescribed time period performance metrics?
So I can jump into that. So net performance is required because the SEC takes the view that it's critical for investors to know. And to not have the net performance is to deprive investors of information that they need to understand the compounding effect of fees and expenses on the portfolio. If that sounds like a canned remark, it's because it's a canned remark. I actually spoke with the SEC during the proposal period on the rule and said, hey, institutional investors don't need net, they don't want net, it's not applicable to them, you shouldn't require it. And they smiled and nodded and then required it anyway. So they just think that this is a critical piece of information, even where it's not necessarily relevant to other investors. And I think it's because their core concern is not the institutional investors who can get a piece of gross return and a piece of net return and know when to ignore it. But they're worried about the cases on the margin, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit. There was one of my favorite marketing rule things ever was the most recent SEC risk alert that went through some of the activities that some advisors have been doing in the marketing rule, which will spell out. But that's the sort of behavior they're trying to stop, so they created a one-size-fits-all rule on gross versus net. So.
Not much to add to that.
So in at least my personal opinion, when I've read through the marketing rule and talking to clients, I think it's pretty clear to say that the 1, 5, and 10 since inception is performance. Therefore, it's required to be shown net. Net gross can be shown, but cannot be in greater prominence. But outside of those prescribed time periods, do you guys find clients struggling with what is performance, what is not performance, and therefore what must be net?
I think we'll touch on this a little bit later on, but it's really around, I think there's grasp on what is performance, the traditional time-weighted, presentation, and, IRR for private funds. But I think it's the other types of things like attribution and how to treat that, and also around yield and how to treat that as well.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about this in 3 different occasions: yield, attribution, and in hypothetical performance. I'll start out by saying I really like the marketing rule. I was at a conference and talked to an SEC staffer, and I said, I hate this rule, I hate this rule, I hate this rule. And they said, well, are there any rules you do like? And I said, I think you guys did a good job with the marketing rule. So I do like it. But one of the biggest glitches that it has is they did not define performance, leaving us to kind of flounder around and figure out when something is performance, when it isn't, knowing that the consequences of it becoming performance are pretty severe. You've got to do these time period requirements. You've got to do your gross and net performance. You've got to present it in a certain way with certain disclosures. So that's one of the biggest weaknesses that I think clients are struggling with is how do we tell our story with data and ensure that we're doing it in a way that makes sense while also complying and figuring out whether or not we're talking about performance.
With the marketing rule coming out, have you guys seen clients changing how they're calculating net performance?
Changing, not as much. You always have the ability to show your actual net performance or performance net of a model fee. Those 2 options were preserved from the old advertising rule into the new marketing rule. So that part hasn't changed. What we are seeing a lot of is people who had not historically calculated net performance, trying to calculate net performance in areas where they've never done it, like in attribution or in yield or other use cases. There was a silly FAQ that came out in 2013 saying that if you're showing the performance of a single investment, that's extracted performance, and you have to show net of a single investment. So I bought Google, I have to net my fee out of that. How do I do it? Do I divide the fee? Do I net the whole fee? I don't actually sell Google. It creates this kind of like metaphysical trap. So that's what we're seeing as far as people struggling with the gross and net calculation.
I agree with that. It's particularly private fund investments have struggled with pulling out the individual investments or subset of investments, particularly in the case of doing case studies and things like that, and then trying to figure out what the fee is.
And the other thing I'll just go back on in talking about what is performance. I mentioned we don't know what it is. I'll also say that in conversations with the staff I've had in the chief counsel's office, there's differing views within the staff. Some in the chief counsel's office, there's even differing views there, some in the examination staff. But the trend within the SEC staff is to go conservative, is to assume things are performance unless they're convinced otherwise. So that's what we're looking at. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we turn the page to yield, but just from the staff's view, even though it's not a definition, what they're thinking is anything that indicates how much money a client can make or your investment can make for a client is likely performance. So just keep that as an anchoring principle when you're looking at whether something is or is not performance subject to these requirements.
I think that's a good segue into one of the statistics that we've discussed in preparation of this panel, and I've heard some varying opinions in looking at yield when yield is being presented, and different opinions on whether it's a statistic for performance or a characteristic of the portfolio. How do you two see your firms navigating this aspect if they are showing yield in advertising material?
Well, I think the SEC has come out and said that, anytime that yield is a major selling point for the investment, that it's performance. And so that would make anyone that's really going to show yield, it is because it's a major characteristic of the investment, and then therefore major selling point, and so it has to be shown as net.
Yep. Yeah, this is a big question. What is yield? I've spent so many keystrokes trying to figure out what yield is and help people through whether or not they can show yield in a certain way. There's two views. One is a view of yield is showing the performance of an investment or a portfolio. The other view is there's actually a risk metric. This is a characteristic. I'm investing in high yield securities. That doesn't mean they're going to be high yield. It means they've got a risk characteristic that turns them into high yield. So how do you cross that bridge? And it's a discussion, another discussion I've actually had with senior SEC staff. And again, they trend toward conservative. They say, look, if you're showing yield, that is an indication to investors how much money they're going to make in a portfolio. That feels performance. But they're open to alternative views. And they said, Lance, do you have any examples of yield where it's not performance and is clearly a risk metric? And I just kind of turned and walked out of the room. But if they are open to that. So if people have use cases where they're really showing yield not as something that can derive performance, but actually is just a risk metric, that's something the SEC would look at. When we talk to clients, we say, look, the best thing to do when you're putting something together is to pre-decide. We're going to look at this yield. We're going to show it because we're trying to show something about risk. We're not trying to show performance. We're going to accompany it with other risk disclosures. We're going to accompany it with other risk stats. We're going to precede it with actual gross and net performance. If you do that and structure it that way and then disclose, this yield presentation is presented to show a characteristic of the portfolio that's, then you have a stronger basis to rely on to say that this is a characteristic presentation of yield rather than a performance question. But it's an open question that I think we're still struggling with, and I kind of both hope and don't hope that they give guidance on it, because I don't think they'll give the right guidance, but at least we'll know what the playing rules are.
And we see more clients leaning towards calculating as net, when they're presenting today.
Which is weird, right? I mean, net yield. How do you take your overall basis points? You just subtract it from the yield. Is that a meaningful statistic? No, but again, this is the world that the SEC's created. They don't have the people who are doing the rulemaking. They have good policy sense. They have good legal sense. They couldn't follow the slides that we just looked at in the last presentation. They're not performance experts. So you get results like this.
So moving on to substantiation requirements when looking through this SEC marketing rule, and I guess just to tee this topic up, what is substantiation? What do firms need to be aware of when they're looking at this aspect of the rule?
Start.
Sure. It's anything that's stated as a material fact. And typically see this more in narrative. Obviously, everyone here is a performance professional, is presenting numbers, which the numbers you are working with data, that can all be proved and shown. It's more we see this in statements that are made in presentations, pitch books, things like that, websites, at fact sheets that say, over the last 25 years, we are experts in such and such. And being able to substantiate that, it's something that could be questioned upon examination. And so trying to challenge managers to, think about some of these statements, that they take them as fact, but that thinking about who is going to be on the other side of the table and looking at this and trying to evaluate it and whether they would take that the same way. And that's not, there's a little bit of a gap there sometimes.
So that's great. I actually cheated and made notes before this, the things I'm going to say, and you checked off all my notes. So that's what you need to think. It's these statements where you say things, we were the number one performer over this period. That's a material fact. So you need to have some substantiation. One key thing, though, is it's a weird requirement. You don't have to maintain the records. You have to have them available for the staff upon request, which is kind of the same thing, but it is a little bit different. You don't have to create this giant file cabinet. You just have to know you're able to produce them when called upon to do so. So it's a slight nuance of the record-keeping requirement, but I think it's an important one. The other thing I'll offer is that we did get some guidance recently through an enforcement action from the SEC on substantiation. There was a recent enforcement action that came out, I think, April 12th. And one of the lines was that it was a hypothetical performance. We'll talk about those in more detail. But one of the charges in this was the advisor failed to be able to substantiate some of the claims. And the claim was a video where they said in the video that their models outperformed the market over most time periods, even where we assume less risk. So that's the material statement of fact that the SEC said, okay, show us. And they could not produce records to substantiate that. So that's an example of the sort of thing that you're looking for this substantiation.
It's an interesting comment, Lance, as far as being ready or being able to produce it. Do you find in general there's like a timeline requirement if they're making such a request for support, and how quickly they're expected to be able to produce that?
Generally, it's a very short period of time.
Yeah.
You may be asked to produce it within 2 weeks. And so from practical terms, yes, don't necessarily need to have a huge filing cabinet, but I've found it important to ask the question at the time that the content is being evaluated, that what is the basis for this? Can we go back and reproduce this and make it available? Because you don't want, at the time that the exam request comes or the questions are asked and response is required, as follow-up question after materials are reviewed, to be scrambling to try and recreate what were we thinking at the time, because this is frequently going to be 12, 24 months, 3 years later, when you were asked the question about what you were thinking at the time, and being able to go back and recreate that, can be challenging. Yeah, you don't want to be turning yourself into knots at the last minute.
And I've seen a lot of clients have to do that. So, when this will come up is in the exam period. So your time to produce will probably be 2 weeks. You'll probably ask for an extension for another 2 weeks. So you may have a month to try and piece things together, but you're going to be, answering 28 other inquiries from the SEC. So it's not like you're going to be focused just on that. So it's better to have them accessible, know where they are. As far as time period of how long you have to retain them, if this was a standard record-keeping rule, I'd say 7 years, first 2 years in a readily accessible place. But this isn't. This is, you just have to be able to produce them over a time period. So the advice I give clients as far as how long to keep that accessibility is pretty much at least 5 years from the last time you made that claim in a piece. Because the SEC is going to come to you, they're going to ask for all your marketing materials over the past, whatever the exam period would be, let's say it's going to be 2 years. And if there's a piece within that 2-year window, they're going to say, okay, you made this claim, show us how you can substantiate that. And so you'll want to be able to do that even if it's a piece that's 2 years old. And even if it's a claim you've been making for 10 years, that last year is when you're going to have to keep that. So do keep a record of these things. It doesn't necessarily have to be a huge file cabinet, but it should be like at least a log of links and a place of where to get them.
We also seen the rise, now today, process software and this is part of the marketing review process and the use of software that does case management to be able to track these things. And if you ask the question at the time of the review, what's our basis for this and this, you can make a determination as to whether it needs to be saved. And then using this type of software with case management helps you retain records related to it. And it's right there when the piece is questioned during the examination, you can go right back and say, all right, here's the backup for the thing that we were saying.
And one other question I'll answer, even though no one has asked it, is what happens if it changes? We're not keeping the hard copy. What happens if the data that we relied on changes? And my answer there is that's okay. If sometimes, the data that you use to calculate a given performance metric, maybe they went back and did some corrections a year later. I've seen that happen. And so the numbers don't line up. What's important there is not, oh my gosh, we're in trouble. The important thing is to understand what happened, what's changed, why were the data changed, and you can go back and say, if we had pulled this data a year ago, which we did, it would have given the same numbers. And so it's just a story you have to tell. But it's not immediately a challenge if you go back, try and recreate something, and it comes out with a different number. You just need to understand why and be able to explain that.
It sounds like some good advice for firms, marketing review process, making sure that you can back that up. Maybe not have everything ready now, but just asking yourself that question as part of your compliance review before putting marketing out. Anything else to add for you guys for the disclosure standpoint, puffery, substantiation, just being able to support what you're narrating?
Yeah, not every statement is a material fact. We're the best. Okay, what shows your stat? That's not going to draw the question. But if you do say, our strategy outperformed its peers over XYZ period, you're going to have to do that. Another way to think about it is anything that you could footnote. You probably want to think about it that way. If there's something you could footnote and say this is our source, that's the sort of thing you want to be able to have records available upon request by the staff.
So when it comes to footnotes, Lance, I'd be interested that frequently see a little bit of pushback sometimes internally at organizations around that don't want to see too many things on the page and would rather point to the back and put all of the notes in the back. Do you have a feeling about that?
Yeah, I don't like it either because, of course, everyone wants a pretty marketing deck. They want a pretty page. But these footnotes, we pour our heart and soul into drafting them, and they're wonderful things. They should be part of the sales process. No, I'm kidding. But sometimes they do give really important information to clarify, and we will look at the footnote, we'll look at the context. There are times when footnotes can be appropriately put to the back. Index definitions, okay, stick those in the back. But if it's a discussion about how you've calculated model fees, if it's a discussion about a tweak to your performance, if it's something about your hypothetical performance calculation, those are notes that you really want right there next to the data that you're showing. So if it's something that qualifies the claim, that's something you want to insist is pretty close by.
So we've hinted at it earlier that we're going to discuss some attribution analysis and what firms need to consider when presenting any sort of attribution statistics. So I guess just to start the conversation on this, are firms looking at this as performance? Does the SEC think this is performance? What are firms doing with gross versus net and attribution?
Yeah, so I'll go back. The SEC staff looks at anything that says how much money you're going to make as performance. So if you take a performance stream, you divide it up into other performance streams to show attribution, those performance streams can still show how much money you're going to make. Now, there are distinctions. There are ways to show attribution that doesn't trigger this concern. One is if you start doing percentage attribution. 12% of our alpha came from stock selection. Well, that doesn't tell you how much money you're going to make. That's just an allocation. That's not performance. But if you say we got 45 basis points from sector rotation, then yeah, 45 basis points is an alpha. That's probably something that you're going to have to show gross and net. Again, this is the inflexibility of this principle-based rule on the gross and net thing that shows some awkward results. Now, some ways to mitigate that are to have the full performance presentation nearby, like on the next slide. But if you go back and look at the actual rule on gross and net, it actually says you cannot show gross performance unless you show net. So it's not permissible to show gross at all. So it's worth being conservative on determining if you do have something that's performance, showing that net number, even if it doesn't make sense. And that's where we see firms going on attribution. If it is something that turns into that you can turn into dollars and cents, you're into the performance line.
And also because that's not common and that's not really how the industry looks at it, is to make sure there's appropriate disclosure that's included to explain all of that, because there's a lot of assumptions that have to be made in the presentation in order to get to the net number. So the disclosure here is extremely important.
And this is also another area where that tool of, if you pre-decide that a certain attribution analysis is a characteristic, a risk review, something like that, and you document that determination, and you disclose it, and you put it with other risk characteristics in a risk section, that's a way to reify that it is in fact a risk characteristic, and that's the purpose of the presentation. So having that predetermination. The other thing to watch out for on attribution is extracted performance. Extracted performance is the performance of a subset of a portfolio. It's subject to its own requirements. So if you do have you're just showing the U.S. equity side, that can be extracted performance. You're able to do it, but there are specific requirements in the rule you have to adhere to with respect to that extracted performance. So something else to look at for attribution.
If looking at attribution in situations where we're saying it is performance, it needs to be net, I know I've heard personally a lot of questions of how do you even do that when you're dissecting performance down from just your total return. Have you guys seen any success stories on how firms are doing that, or any guidance on the application of how to apply any sort of fee to this type of information?
Typically seeing the use of a model fee here, and that I still think people are wrestling with it, and there's not a magic formula that's going to be acceptable.
Yeah, there's not a success story or a silver bullet. What I've seen people do is try and tell the story through percentages, through ratios, and not attribution performance per se. So this is an area where I am seeing, because of the marketing rule, the stories people telling through their communications changing in the way in the language they use. But there's not a good answer yet. And again, this is one where I don't know that we want there to be an answer, because it might make things more difficult for us rather than easier.
So at least personally, when I read through the SEC marketing rule and talk to clients, I default to think a lot about time-weighted returns when we talk about the 1, 5, and 10. But naturally, there's going to be considerations for firms that want to show an IRR, or a money-weighted return, also known as. Have you guys seen any sort of calculation methodology, or what must be shown or considered with an IRR that may differ from a TWR?
No, go ahead.
So IRR is a performance return. The marketing rule does not specify any particular type of calculation. So you can show time-weighted returns, you can show IRRs. You just need to comply with the disclosure requirements, and where applicable, the gross and net and the time periods. For private funds, you can not show the time periods. So for IRR, that's sometimes helpful. The other thing I'll note is they did recently come out with some guidance on IRR, which was probably not helpful. They observed that private fund managers, especially in the private equity space, would do a gross and net IRR. And gross would be done from the time the investment was made, whereas net would be done from the time of a capital call. And the SEC noted in their FAQ that that's different time periods. And if you go back to the marketing rules language itself, it says that your gross and net have to be over the same time periods using the same calculation methodology. And so they put out this FAQ saying, don't do that. So if you're doing that, don't do that. The SEC said not to. But other than that, there's not any specific guidance on a particular calculation methodology, and that's by design. The SEC knows that they're not necessarily performance calculation experts, and so they don't want to dictate what people can see. A lot of what the rule is how people can be shown the data. What requirements, what does it have to be accompanied with? Those are the sorts of principles behind the marketing rule.
I know one thing, working a lot with GIPS, thinking of money-weighted returns and IRRs, for a GIPS compliant firm in their GIPS report, they're just showing an IRR since inception. So your comments there, they would also expect to see that 1, 5, 10 potentially since inception. So various return streams that differ, I guess, from GIPS guidance. What about in that comparison? Do you see firms addressing this with if they're showing, say, investment multiples? Like since inception, paid in capital, and the various multiples that go with that. Does that kind of tag along with these time period requirements for IRRs?
Yeah, so these would be performance statistics. Now, maybe you could try and say, actually, there's not a good way to say that investment multiples are characteristic. That's clearly a performance. So you're going to look at that. One of the so on the time periods, a lot of times you'll see investment multiples in the private fund space. The time periods, the 1, 5, 10, those are not required for private funds. So you can see people showing investment multiples. The key point, though, when you're doing that is to make sure you've got the disclosure about what you're showing, what's the multiple, and how you got there. That's what the SEC is really gonna look for. But you're probably gonna need to show some level of gross and net calculation there as well, because if you're showing a gross multiple, you're probably gonna have to put that to a net multiple. Again, it's one of these just weird results that we have because of this unyielding gross and net requirement that I'm not gonna say they didn't think through, but they were just very concerned about it from a policy perspective.
So Lance, do you have on constructing policies and procedures around the use of time-weighted versus IRR, or just the detail to which policies and procedures?
That's a great question. In fact, one of my favorites, generally speaking. So compliance policies and procedures are always required under the Advisors Act. You've got to have them. The question is, how detailed should they go? Should you go into your calculation methodology when you're doing your compliance? The answer is, and I'm very rarely unequivocal, the answer here is no. Do not put your calculation methodology as part of your compliance program. You can have it written down, you could have it as a desk procedure, you could have it as an investment policy, you could have it in lots of different places, but you don't want it in your compliance program because you don't want an error in your calculation to become a compliance rule violation. Because once there's a compliance rule violation, then the SEC has a hook to bring an enforcement action for violating the failure to supervise or implementing your compliance procedures. So zooming out, yes, you absolutely want to document the ways you calculate performance. You want to make it so that people who are doing it, the human beings and computers who are doing it consistent over time and in comparable ways, and that you can substantiate how you've gotten there. Absolutely critical. But you don't want that to be an appendix of your marketing policy. Once it's a marketing policy, the SEC can go and say, oh, look, show us all your calculation. Ooh, you missed this one. You failed to follow and implement your policies and procedures. We have a violation. So definitely don't keep your policies and procedures high level and your details in other non-policy documents.
Perfect. So moving into hypothetical performance, I know this has also been a hot topic. We've seen some violations come out of firms that have not addressed this aspect of the rule appropriately. I guess just to jump into this topic, what is the SEC looking at as hypothetical performance, and what are they expecting firms to do that elect to show such information?
You want to start?
Sure. Anything that wasn't actually achieved. So if there's some sort of analysis that's looking backwards or a projection that's forward, that's going to be hypothetical performance. So I think what's most critical here is the audience and controls around who it's going to be used with, and then the disclosure that accompanies the presentation of the performance. And having, I think the violations that have been, found so far have been all around those things, i.e. putting hypothetical performance up on a website where anyone can see it when they've clearly said it's not their intent that it be used with the general public. It has to be used with a certain type of audience, a sophisticated audience.
Yeah, hypothetical performance is another definitional issue that they tried to do a lot in the marketing rule, and I love that. And that's why I like this rule. They did accomplish a lot, but it's a very dense rule, and some of the definitions don't line up. So one great observation, don't take this to the bank, but it's interesting. The definition of hypothetical performance is any performance not actually achieved by the advisor. There's another type of performance that we use all the time, composite performance. Composite performance is not performance that any client actually achieved. It's the composite. So arguably, that's hypothetical performance. Now, they didn't mean that, and don't go back and say that all your composites are hypothetical performance. There's reasons to also conclude that they're not, but that's some of the issues that we have with the marketing rule and hypothetical performance, is that lots of things can be hypothetical. General guideline, if it's not performance, that any account, an in-house account would count. So if you have your own money and your prop money, you're running that counts. It doesn't have to be a client. But if it's performance that was not actually achieved by an account, it's hypothetical. And the SEC is really skeptical about it. And if you go back to before the marketing rule, the guidance for using hypothetical performance was all cobbled together from a series of enforcement actions. It was people using hypothetical performance incorrectly and getting in trouble, paying fines, and the SEC would say, you did not disclose this, and they did not disclose this, and they did not disclose this. So this became a fraud claim. And so people looked at all those enforcement things, they put it together, and you got some guidance out of that. They obviously can't undo the enforcement actions, but they did say, we'll allow you to do hypothetical performance, but we're going to do it subject to conditions. One of the key conditions Thane mentioned is the limitation to what's called an intended audience. And the intended audience has to have the financial resources and sophistication to be able to understand the hypothetical performance. So you don't have to look at every individual investor and assess them. Hey, I'm going to give you something. Let's take a quiz and see how sophisticated you are. Do you have a computer at home where you can check my calculator? You don't have to do that. The SEC was very clear that you can use your experience with certain investor types to determine a qualified purchaser, for example, can understand hypothetical performance. An institution, a CIO, these big clients, pension plans, they understand it. So you can go, but you have to make some determination somewhere. This is something that you might want in your policy and procedures, that we believe that qualified purchasers are accredited investors, are able to understand hypothetical performance and understand why. That's one key requirement. Another key requirement is disclosure. You need to disclose your criteria and assumptions and the risks and limitations. These are the things that came back from those enforcement actions. Insufficient disclosure on what went into the hypothetical performance and how you got there. You also have to do it gross and net. Again, that net thing, always there, omnipresent. But you don't have to do the time periods. They realize since hypothetical performance, there's no point in making you just calculate certain time periods. But you do have to do the gross and net. One other key point on hypothetical performance is on the intended audience, there's a sneaky record keeping requirement that people often overlook because it's not in the marketing rule itself, but you are required to keep records of who the intended audience is. And that doesn't mean, again, individually. That means somewhere you should have a record, maybe it's in your compliance program, that these materials are authorized for qualified purchasers and above, are institutional investors. So you want to have some record of that. But on the whole, people are still using hypothetical performance. They are asking lots of questions about what are my criteria, what are my assumptions, and my answer is that only the people who actually calculate the hypothetical performance really know that. So these are facts. These aren't legal assumptions. But like, did you assume reinvestment of dividends? Did you assume market liquidity? What are the assumptions that went into this calculation scheme? Did you assume that certain asset classes were available throughout the time period? These are sorts of questions to ask when you're putting together the disclosure for hypothetical performance. But it's something that's it's definitely still being used, can be very helpful. Last point, I know I've been droning on, but hypothetical performance is like my second favorite thing. My last point is that, and they mentioned it, keep it off your website. That is like low-hanging fruit for the SEC examination staff. They're looking for it. You can have it on your website if it's behind some sort of like password protection blocker where you've assessed all the people who would come and it's limited only to your clients, but do not have it publicly available. And then the other thing, targets, also hypothetical performance. That's a very weird thing. Another one that I'd talked to the SEC staff during the proposing period about. Targets should be useful information and people should be allowed to use them. And they said sure, and then they turned around and called them hypothetical performance, which is a big change from the prior guidance. And that's another area where we see clients struggle with how do we show targets to people. And we've had to advise a lot of clients to take targets off their website because that's hypothetical performance. you don't want it on your publicly facing website. So I'll pause there. I could keep going, though.
There's a lot to discuss here. It's complicated. But just to highlight too, as Lance mentioned, the record-keeping requirements, that we typically see this as part of the marketing review process. There's the content creation part, where the pitch deck gets created. That happens outside the marketing review process. That's done with the performance professionals or the asset management professionals that generate the numbers to make the story that goes with the marketing piece. But there are the unique record-keeping requirements, and that's facilitated. We see it best through some sort of automated review process and the case management. Again, very simple thing to collect during that process. Who are we going to use this with? And then collect it as part of that process, and then it's there, for reference when the question is asked during an examination.
Yep. That's important. The last point I'll add, I think this is my third last point, but just bear with me. My third last point is that the use of hypothetical performance changes whether or not something is an advertisement. So marketing rule applies broadly to advertisements, and those are generally defined as communications to more than one person. But when you have hypothetical performance in your advertisement, the definition changes, and it includes advertisements to one person, one or more. So if you have something that you're giving to one person, that becomes an advertisement. There's an exception to that for stuff that is specifically requested by the investor. So if you have an unsolicited request for hypothetical performance, that's not an advertisement. But everything else that has a hypothetical performance in it, that you're giving to anyone, even if it's only one person, if you're pushing it out, that becomes an advertisement. This is critical because if it's not an advertisement, you don't have to worry about all these things that I just talked about the marketing rule, and you don't have to produce it when the SEC asks for all your advertisements. So keeping a log of what's an advertisement and what isn't, and knowing the impact of using hypothetical performance on those communications is also an important part of your policies and procedures.
I see folks getting hung up frequently that the concept of the hypothetical may be asked, we're going to make a presentation about a strategy, that we're meeting with this one consultant or this one family office, that we're going to present this hypothetical performance. Then it's, they may have asked for it, right? So that's the scenario you just outlined. Mm-hmm. But then the effort goes into making the creation, and then it dawns on the advisor, hey, we can use this again. This can be used elsewhere. And then it immediately, as you're going through the content creation process, it started initially as one-time use, true one-time use, and it ends up becoming repeatable. Yep. And then, or using some sort of software tool to create the content out of some sort of simulator, and then that immediately becomes available once it gets built, and it immediately becomes repeatable. And as soon as it's repeatable, it's going to be used again. So typically we start with whatever the rules are, and we should start at the beginning and consider it to be advertising, and then do all the things that are related to policies and procedures, and then disclosure for the content, and just make it advertising at the beginning, because you don't want to wrestle with that and then suddenly you create it for this one meeting, and then 2 days later, oh, we have another use for it. It's ready to go.
And I see that a lot. So.
Yes.
So we got a few more minutes before we wanted to open up to some questions, but I guess moving away from specific topics of the marketing rule itself, we mentioned there firms getting violation for hypothetical performance on websites. What else have either of you guys seen, either in conversations with the SEC or your clients, that's coming up the pipeline from the SEC, or other violations in relation to this rule?
Yeah, so just this year, we had the FAQ was updated to do that internal rate of return I was talking about. That was in February. We've had 5 more enforcement actions on hypothetical performance. That brings the total up to 16 or 17, all on marketing rule hypothetical performance. All of it on websites. So if you have hypothetical performance on your website, take it down. Just if you go anything else from this panel, just remember that. Take down your hypothetical performance. But again, and I alluded to this earlier, my favorite development is this risk alert. And there's some conduct in here which was just incredible. I didn't think people actually did this stuff, so I'm going to read a couple examples. They noted throughout their exam process, they noted advisors who had policies and procedures that were informal instead of in writing. I thought that was a pretty big one. They had advisors who were making material statements of fact that were inaccurate. They would tell clients, your portfolio will be overseen by a team of investors, when in fact, there's only one person doing it. So just wrong stuff. People would advertise awards that had been received when they had not actually received the award. That may be one of my favorites. Coming close second to advertisements that said that the advisor was seen on national media, when in fact, when they were seen was a paid advertisement. So it's like, oh, we advertise. So, and then an old one I never thought people actually did this, but apparently do, showing the SEC logo on their website saying, we are registered and approved by the SEC. So people are doing some crazy things out there. The risk alert thing, it came out, late April. It's actually just worth a read. It's like 6 pages long. So you'll see, it'll make you feel better about your own compliance programs. At least it did about my clients. So.
It struck me as low-hanging fruit.
Yes. It's like you have to be managing $100 million to be a registered advisor of the SEC. Like if you get to that point, you should not, put the SEC logo and saying we're approved by the SEC. It's like that's like literally in the marketing rule.
That's day one.
Another kind of a late-breaking development that I hear that on the examination front, marketing rule is priority with the SEC exam. I've talked to the head of the Boston office, and the first thing he said is we're looking at marketing rule. So marketing rule is a perennial priority for the SEC, and it's kind of makes sense because that's kind of their core mission of investor protection. They want to make sure people are getting the information they need. The other development on the examination front is they are going back to Form ADVs and ticking and tying your advertisements with what you're saying on your ADV. If you recall, that there's a new item 5L on the Form ADV that requires you to talk about your advertisements, and you're supposed to check boxes whether you use performance advertising, testimonials, endorsements, hypothetical performance, or predecessor performance. Check yes if you do. They're going and looking at people's advertisements and cross-checking that and making sure that those disclosures are accurate. So that's something that is literally happening in exams now. So that's pretty current events.
So I guess for some closing remarks here before we open it up to some questions, just general observations that either of you two have witnessed, anything that firms can learn from other firms' mistakes with this marketing rule?
I think at implementation and helping teams understand where they were and what they have done in the past, and then reinforcing and regularly reinforcing with their teams internally, because compliance staff is buried in this, like is spends all day with it. But marketers and advisor teams don't all the time, and there's nuance there, and they're very creative too in how they want to tell their story, and then particularly the analyst, the investment advisor, that they are just analyzing their story and their strategy all the time in very creative ways, and so just reinforcing this is and its importance.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The other thing that I talk to people about, and before I was a partner in a law firm, I was in-house at a couple big asset managers, and I saw firsthand the stress and the pressure that the salespeople are under to get material out there, get it out there in a timely manner. It's important to build a collaborative, to understand that pressure and build a collaborative relationship with those people in your compliance program. The ones that are dysfunctional, where people fall down, is because the business side doesn't see the value in what's being provided, and the compliance side doesn't understand what the business is trying to do. And you end up with missed disclosures, you end up with stuff that wasn't approved, you end up with compliance program that frankly doesn't work. So stepping way back, this is a complicated, dense rule that requires a lot of interpretation. It's one that the SEC is focusing on. This is a great area for compliance to look at what the business is doing and try and do this stuff as a partnership. And the firms that are able to do that actually have things get approved quicker and more compliant. So that's kind of a generic observation that I'm seeing firms struggle with as they look at the marketing rule.
just to piggyback on that, there are things that are open to interpretation in the rule, and I think that creates some opportunity to relook at some of your marketing materials and revisit them, and gives the compliance team, as long as they put a little bit of logic and a little bit of thought behind it, ways to get to solutions for the firm.
Excellent. Thank you both. There's some great stuff in that presentation for the SEC marketing rule. We'll open it up to some questions for the audience.
If there are no questions, I have 15 to 30 more minutes of hypothetical performance that I can go on. So I encourage you to ask something.
Lance, you mentioned something along the lines of if what you're reporting can be looked at as dollars and cents, it's performance. I know I'm being nitpicky, but time-weighted returns, once you introduce cash flows, you cannot do that. But they don't care. I mean, that analogy wouldn't work. But, so I guess I wonder how you then communicate, because if I were to say to the SEC, here's my time-weighted return, I have a positive return, they actually lost money, you can do that, right? So there is no direct relationship.
Yeah, they're less worried, the way I would answer that is that they're less worried about the actual math and more about what the story that goes to an investor. So if you're showing someone a positive return that they can envision in their head, I put $100 in and I have 107 at the end, even if that math doesn't necessarily go that way, that's what the SEC is looking at. That's what they mean by dollars and cents.
Now, you didn't touch on, I don't think you touched on risk. And I know that was one of those items hanging out there. Do we have to measure net? Now, I spoke to a couple folks at the SEC who said no, and but I also gleaned from what you said, it depends on who you speak with, which is also interesting. But I also suggested, I would think, risk-adjusted performance, a Sharpe ratio, for example, would be net too, and they said no. Yeah. So is that your opinion, that anything risk-related, Sharpe ratio, standard deviation, you don't have to convert it or do it against net returns? Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement. I divide the world up into performance and characteristics. And what's really important in that determination is why you're showing it. Are you showing it so that someone can envision how much money they're going to have after the end of a period, or how much they would have had if they invested at a certain time? Are you talking about investor skill? And if you're showing it accompanied by other risk metrics and risk calculations, you've got a very solid argument that that's not a performance metric requiring gross and net. So I agree, the jury's still out, but this sentiment of risk returns not being performance is shared with the SEC staff. They buy into that idea. Where the spectrum comes in is, when does something stop being risk and start being performance, and that's where we're not going to have a lot of guidance.
Right?
Yeah, I have a quick question. So I'll take the low-hanging fruit here. One of our competitors is like the buffer ETFs, right? It's all the craze. They make statements like, this is regarding the substantiation portion. We perform similar to the index up to a cap. However, they sometimes regularly underperform that cap, greater than fees. Does it just absolve us of all sin to say in the disclosure, investment objectives may not be met? Is that clarification enough to kind of create a safe haven? Or I'm just thinking, because we make similar claims about stuff, so. Yeah.
So we didn't talk about the marketing rule more generally, but there's 7 key prohibitions in the marketing rule. Paragraph A, if you want to look at them. One of them is making a statement that is misleading. So if you are not giving enough facts for someone to understand, if you say, hey, we're going to do this, but there may be times where we're really underperforming and you don't disclose that, that's failure to disclose a material fact. That's going to be violating one of those general prohibitions. So these 7 prohibitions taken together mean your advertisements, taken as a whole, need to be clear, accurate, and comprehensive. You need to tell the whole story. You can't leave any material facts out. And the example you gave there, that seems to me like people are leaving out a material fact or a material risk about the investment. They'd be subject to scrutiny under violating one of those general prohibitions. So.
Thank you.
We'll come back at 11:10.
I'm the cream of the crop. I rise to the top. I never eat a pig cause a pig is a cop. Or better yet, a Terminator. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trying to play me out like as if my name was Sega. But I ain't going out like no punk bitch. Get used to one style AO when I might switch it up and around. Then buck, get down. Put out your head and then you wake up in the dawn of the dead. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. Spitting out lyrics. Homie, I with ya. I came to get down. I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, jump, jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, jump, jump. Yeah. This is dedicated
Last speaker of the morning, Dan DiPortolomeo, has spoken at PMAR a number of times, and we keep inviting him back because of what he shares. It was interesting when he was discussing a few things with Steve Campisi, and one of them, I guess, was you or whatever, said something about being well-read. Dan is definitely well-read. And this, I think it's going to be very interesting. It's a first where he's going to be talking about risk with relationship to AI. So without further ado, let's welcome Dan DiPortolomeo.
Thank you all. First, I want to make it very clear, I do not live in Florida, and Dave and I did not intentionally dress alike. The topic for today is really about AI, as I was asked to cover this topic by the organizers. I apologize in advance if some of the material I'm going to be covering is redundant from a related presentation you had yesterday. I wasn't here for that, so I'm not well enough familiar with it to know what to skip over if there are, in fact, redundant parts. But what I really wanted to talk about are just some basic themes that have to do with AI use in our industry. And I'm going to try and just give you a few examples of where we are and what works and what doesn't work and what can go really badly wrong. And so I want to start out reminding everybody that the idea of artificial intelligence is not new. Many of you will be familiar with Amos Tversky. He was a psychologist who was one of the sort of fathers of the concept of behavioral finance or behavioral economics. And in one of his papers, he had that quote, "My colleagues study artificial intelligence. I study natural stupidity." Now, what's interesting about it is that it was in 1974. It was 50 years ago. So this is not that new. And real quick, without looking at Google or any other search engine, does anybody recognize this name? Joseph Robinette Licklider. J.C.R. Licklider was an MIT professor who, in 1960, wrote a paper that was published called Man and Computer Symbiosis. And in it, he argued that someday humans and computers would be so intertwined that we effectively would act like computers and computers would effectively have human intelligence. And that was written and published in 1960. Now, there's one other interesting thing to say about JCR. I bet you're all familiar with this thing called the internet. Well, before it was called the internet, it was called DARPANET, because it was a computer network that was sponsored by the US Defense Department, and the rest of it stood for Advanced Research Projects Administration. So it was a way for all the universities that were doing research for the Defense Department to communicate. And before they added the D for defense, it was called ARPANET. The Defense Department was still paying for it, they just weren't advertising that. And JCR was the very first director of ARPANET. If you want to say that there was somebody, not Al Gore, that started the internet, it probably was JCR. And, you know, I think that's the important thing to remember, that from the very beginning of what we now take as the internet, the World Wide Web, et cetera, the very essence of the concept from the beginning in the late 50s was that we would be getting someday to where we're close to getting today. Maybe we're not as close as people think, but we're getting closer. And obviously, one of the things that comes out of this as a logical conclusion is that, people aren't perfect, and therefore systems built by people can't be perfect either. And I think that's important. There's a new research study that was just done and published in Denmark about how close AI systems could get to being almost always right. And the answer is, well, not that close. I want to talk a little bit about this almost from a philosophical perspective. Certainly in our firm, in our business, we think of information, the kind of things that everybody in this room deals with every day, in three categories. What we know because it's transcendental. 2 + 2 = 4. It is true because we define it so. Second, something can be true because there is overwhelming factual evidence. The world is not flat. And then there's everything else. It's what we pretend to know because we don't want to admit that we don't know. The word know implies definitiveness. It is true. And for the vast majority of information that we deal with in our lives, it's not that big a set. The vast majority is stuff that we pretend to know rather than truly know. And a classic example of the pretending thing was the Bernie Madoff fraud, in which our firm and myself were quite involved in the investigation. Harry Markopolos, who was, of course, the famed whistleblower in that case, was one of my students. His firm was a client of our firm. And so what was interesting was I think this is another case, as I had on my title slide, of investors making a semantic error on prepositions. Bernie Madoff's investors, at least most of them, thought he was a crook. They just thought he was stealing for them, not from them. And I think AI has about the same problem. And the biggest problem is that there are consequences to being wrong. Now, as people in performance measurement, I think that ought to come as second nature to this audience, right? And if you go back all the way to Aristotle, he actually quotes in one of his books a friend of his named Agathon. And Agathon said, even unto the gods, it's forbidden to change the past. And why is that important? Well, it's because if we can't change the past, the only reason to care about the past, the only reason to care about literature or what's been written previously is so that we can make better decisions about the future, right? What's done's done. We can't do anything about that. And to do that in an automated, computerized, machine functional way that we're going to call AI, we have to have an understanding that different types of errors have different consequences. And if you study philosophy, the classic example of that different consequence is something called Pascal's conjecture on the existence of God. Everybody remembers Pascal's triangle in like 6th grade geometry? Pascal spent most of his life trying to prove in geometry-proof fashion that God existed. And he spent his whole life, and he gave up finally, couldn't do it. But he said that people who were smart would believe in God anyway because there was very little downside to being wrong. Whereas if you didn't believe in God, there was a very big downside to being wrong because you'd probably make God angry for not believing in him and you'd burn in hell for eternity. So it's really important when we think about taking human practices, human thought processes, and turning them into something that a computer is going to do in the blink of an eye in terms of time, we have to understand, again, that consequence of being wrong. And I want to take you through a little bit of a progression. If you think about what we do in performance measurement, and if you've been to this forum before and heard me speak, I've argued that performance measurement in and of itself is interesting, but moot, right? The performance was what it was. The only way it's useful is to help us make better decisions about our investments in the future, which is what Steve was talking about this morning. And I think there's kind of a, progression that we need to think about. The first one is, we talk about things like Sharpe ratios. We talk about various kind of statistical measures. But it's really important to remember that in traditional statistics, you always start with a hypothesis. You start with, I think this, right? Or this is the subject I'm trying to prove or disprove. There's a question. That's where you start. You don't start with the data. You start with the question. And in traditional statistics, you try and then take data, do analysis, and figure out what the answer to the question is. Now, later, beyond traditional statistics, we have what are known as Bayesian statistics. And Bayesian statistics are just traditional statistics tweaked a little to take into this issue of account the fact that being wrong in different ways has different consequences, right? So maybe I'm willing to be a little wrong more frequently, but not very wrong ever. And this has to do in formal terms with things like bias and estimators and all kinds of stuff. Later, in the 1970s, 80s, we got systems known as expert systems, where you would take folks like in this audience who were experts in a particular domain and convert that to sets of numerical grids. And those numerical grids, think of them as spreadsheets, could be used for decision making. So the machine effectively embedded the knowledge of the human, but it could do it a lot faster. And then last, after expert systems, we got to what has now become a very hot topic on academic campuses, and there's pretty much every university in the world now has a major for this, called data sciences. And data sciences, in my view, simply take traditional statistics and do it in reverse order. I'm going to take a bunch of data, I'm going to use a big computer that can look at that data in many, many, many different ways, and whatever pops out, I'm going to make up a question to fit the answer. And, so it's kind of the traditional process just done in reverse order. And of course, as we all know, hindsight's 20/20. So if you get a result from a set of data, it's almost always possible to produce a very coherent sounding question that your data now proves or disproves. All right? And there's a famous quote from the physicist Richard Feynman on that issue as well. So one of the things which was true about a lot of this is that traditional statistics thinks in terms of cause and effect. And particularly in finance, where we have an example of that in what's called the arbitrage pricing theory, it assumes that relationships between variables are linear. Interest rates go up, bond prices go down, in a reasonably linear fashion. And once we got to the world of data science, and we had enough computing power, we could say, well, they don't have to be linear. They can be nonlinear. They can have all kinds of funny relationship shapes. And one of the problems with that, of course, is now I can really make up any story I want to explain some data, right? Because now I don't even have to have some relatively consistent concepts of cause and effect. And that's really what neural networks were about. And neural networks are the mechanical engine of what we're now calling AI. And if you have enough horsepower in these neural networks, they're big enough, and they now have them at the point where they're maybe have 1/20th or 1/30th the amount of computing power of a human brain or a primate brain. So they're not catching up with us anytime soon, but it's now within a couple orders of magnitude. And what that did was it allowed us to have not only analyses of numeric data, but unstructured data, text and images. And the last step in this process is what are now known as large language models or generative AI. And this is the ChatGPTs and the Google Genesis and all the other ones. And if you really think of the mechanics of what those systems are doing, what they're doing is they're saying, ask me a question, and I'm going to look at the words in the question, and then I'm going to find all the stuff on the internet that has those same words. And I'm going to rank them based on how frequently the words in your question appear in the material I found. And then I'm going to take all of that and cut it and paste it into a giant document. And then I'm going to keep doing that document and doing what are essentially grammatical revisions so that it sounds like a human wrote it. If you think about Google Genesis, right, underneath there's a technology called Google Bard, right? Shakespeare used to be called the Bard as a writer. And so what these systems are basically doing is building databases that describe the likely order of words. That's the big difference between expert systems and all the other stuff, data science systems. Generative AI is really about the idea that there are databases of order dependence. And if you think about something like this, right, the word the. If I use the word the in a sentence, what do you think the likelihood is that the next word is a verb? It's very low. The likelihood that the next word is a noun is very high. All right? And that's what these things are doing. They're basically just cutting and pasting text and then refining so that the grammatical patterns seem sensible. And let me give you a direct example that should fit this group. I tried this with several different AI engines, ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini. And the question was, in 500 words, describe the statistical significance of the relative performance of the Fidelity Magellan Fund over the past 10 years compared to S&P 500 ETFs. And you can see what I got. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but if you read down it, what you'll observe is the last two paragraphs are sort of stock paragraphs about the differences between mutual funds and ETFs. The last paragraph is sort of boilerplate, warning information that you'd see in a mutual fund or ETF prospectus document. The actual discussion of the Magellan Fund and the S&P 500 is de minimis, because all it knew was, well, yeah, it outperformed last quarter, but it hasn't done all that well long term. And my question about statistical significance isn't addressed at all, right? It didn't go anywhere and get month-by-month returns. It didn't go anywhere and calculate active return streams and apply any kind of statistical process to that. So what you're really getting out of systems like Gemini and Copilot and ChatGPT is cut and paste of text. And if you have a purpose for cut and paste of text in the context of doing performance measurement or doing performance risk, like maybe drafting a cover letter to a client, about the performance of a certain fund? Yeah, it's a good labor-saving device, maybe. But is it going to actually help you understand the performance or the risk? No. And let me just take you through a couple of commercial examples. FactSet, I don't know if they're represented here or not, but they now have a little ChatGPT bot thing that you can get on their system, where if you have to write a cover letter to a client, like our performance was and this is why, it'll do it for you. And it'll draft the letter for you, then you can kind of patch up the letter as you want in a word processor and send it out, and maybe it saves you an hour. And basically all it does is it looks at a Brinson-style attribution. Oh, the stock picking was good, here are the stocks that did best. And then it just, in the document, embeds some links to news stories about those stocks. So it's maybe good enough for the cover letter, maybe not. On the other side, there's an organization called Clearwater that does mostly portfolio accounting that's developed some really neat applications to convert prospectuses on alternative assets, hedge funds, private equity, real estate, and actually extract from the printed text or a PDF file the things you want to know. Because I'm sure everybody in this room, certainly I've had this experience, you look at a client portfolio and it says, we own Blackstone Private Equity Limited Partnership 173. Well, what's in there? What kind of companies? What countries are they in? Are they big or small? You can go try and get a prospectus from Blackstone, and half the time they ignore you. But what these guys have done is basically built a system to read prospectuses and pull out the 5 or 10 or 15 salient facts that you might want actually to know in order to make investment decisions. One of these came up a long time ago for us, where we analyzed a client. This was a sovereign fund, their portfolio, and we said, yeah, you've got this big exposure to technology, the tech sector. They said, no, we don't. Your analysis is wrong. And we said, look at your real estate portfolio. And they went, what? Technology, the concept of the technology sector has to do with stocks. And I said, no, all of your real estate is in Silicon Valley. You own 8 shopping malls, one of which is next door to Apple headquarters. Who the hell do you think is shopping in your mall? And they went, oh. That's why you need the technology to read a prospectus. If you own real estate, you ought to know where it is. If is it a shopping mall? Is it an office building? If you own private equity, is it tech? Is it manufacturing? Is it restaurant chains? And getting somebody to sit down and read that stuff and sort of fill it into a spreadsheet is tough. It's a lot of work. And there are applications being developed that can solve that for you. Now, there are starting to become AI applications that are coming in and being developed in sort of the academic world that I think are pretty much what sophisticated hedge funds have been doing for years, but just not talking about. And one of these is a new paper. I know one of the authors, Nicole Boyson, who is the chair of the finance department at Northeastern University in Boston. And what they did in this paper was they basically said, we're going to take recordings of all of the earnings conference calls that companies do. Because when they announce their earnings for a quarter, typically, they'll have a conference call with analysts. And they're going to take the recording, and they're going to run it through something like ChatGPT, and then they're going to ask a bunch of humans what they thought of the call. And what they found was when they structured questions in a certain way, based on the content of the call, the AI systems and the humans disagreed about whether there was good news or bad news in the call. And they found that in the cases where the AI systems and the humans agreed, there wasn't any unusual performance subsequent to that. But what they found was that when the AI systems and the humans disagreed about, hey, is this going to be a good stock for the future? Well, then, yes, there was predictive capacity. It's not necessarily that the AI systems were right and the humans were wrong or vice versa. It was the fact that there was something in the content of that call that made a mechanical system and a human disagree. And the fact that there was this dissonance, this degree of disagreement, that somehow was predictive of what future performance would be. Now, at my firm, one of the things, we started actually dealing with AI stuff, and I apologize for the small typeface, but one of the things that's obvious in a conference called Performance Measurement and Risk is in the future. There is no risk in the past, right? There may have been bad performance in the past, but there's no potential for another bad outcome in the past. What's done's done. And so we always study the past in the hope of having it contribute to our understanding of the future, which is true. But in doing that, we tend to ignore something called the present. And if you think of the concept of news, right? If I go into any Wall Street trading floor, what are people doing? They're looking at screens, reading news. And I'm going to define news as the set of information that tells us how the present is different from the past. That's why it's news. And it turns out that you can do a lot to improve estimation of risk by not just looking at the past, but observing in a very specific, formal way how the present is different from that past. If your past is all a low interest rate period, which for a lot of the younger folks in the room is all they've ever remembered, the idea that we have 5% interest rates now is like a huge change. On the other hand, for the older people in the room like me, you might remember that from the 1950s through to the early 70s, you could get 5% up to 5.25% on a savings account at every bank in the country. And the economy ran just fine. The sky did not fall. And so it's very important to understand how the present is different than the past. And I think one of the mistakes people make about risk is assuming the past is a sufficient set of information. In 2009, myself and two of my academic colleagues at Brunel University in London published a paper about how to use news for essentially stock risk. And I won't go through the techniques very detailed, but I'll give you a simple example. On an average day, our systems look at about 20,000 news articles, and each of those is given a score as to how important it's likely to be to investors. And then we sort of aggregate that information by company, by industry, by country. And I can tell you that on an average day, Apple gets an 8. Doesn't matter what the 8 means, it's just on an average day, Apple gets an 8. Well, the day Steve Jobs a few years ago announced, "I'm dying of cancer," it was at 205. It doesn't take a genius to figure out something was going on with Apple that was important and people should pay attention to it. And it represented economic risk because it could have been good news and it could have been bad news. But again, that is an AI application that we have had in production since late 2017. So it's not like this stuff's never been done before. Another thing that you can do that we think is very useful with AI is to parameterize expert systems. Remember I talked a few minutes ago about so-called expert systems where you took a human being and you said, well, tell me what I need to know about a particular field. I could represent that set of knowledge in a bunch of spreadsheets. And one of the ways of building those expert systems was a method called analytic hierarchy. It was first proposed by Tom Soddy at University of Pittsburgh. And it works really well. Lots of universities actually have courses in it. But one of the newer and I think more interesting applications of AI is to parameterize these expert systems. You know, can you summarize all the literature that exists on municipal bond credit? And then use that to sort of fill in those spreadsheets where you would normally have a human being acting as the experts. I threw down here a link at the bottom for an animated video we did all the way back in 2003 showing how we were doing one of these systems. It's kind of fun. And the lady who did the voiceover has the most magnificent voice ever. Now let me sort of change topics. I've tried to give you some ideas about how you can use AI, or what it is and what it isn't, and how we can use it today. Just to finish up, I want to talk a little bit about how good it is for what we can do with it today, and what can go wrong. Now, obviously, if you go back all the way to Isaac Asimov, the science fiction writer in the 1920s, he was talking about a world in which robots gained human sentience, or superior to human sentience, and revolt. And the robots try to take over and eliminate the humans. That's a little far-fetched, and maybe not for 100 years from now, but for right now, I think we're safe. Now, what is true is that any process that involves AI, no matter what you're using it for, has to have very, very vigorous governance, right? Because the answers that are coming out of these systems clearly do not have the statistical property of robustness. And what I mean by robustness, again, I'll give you an example. And I did this experiment. I took a question and I gave it to an AI engine and said, answer yes or no the following question. And I did that every day for 2 months. And on one day I did it every 30 minutes. And about 60% of the time, it said yes. And about 40% of the time, it said no. I don't know what that means, but what I know it means is that I'm not going to ask one question, get an answer, and believe it. Because if the answer is going to change in half an hour, that's not terribly compelling. We just had a presentation on SEC regulations. All I'll say is the SEC, among regulators, has so far put out one set of proposed rules about use of AI within financial firms. But there are a number, particularly the big one, has been enacted by the EU, and they have now got a whole regulatory system for AI. There is something called SEC Rule 34-97990, and our previous panelists probably know a lot more about this than I do, but what I'm told by our legal counsel is this is going to be sort of a big, comprehensive rule about what you can or cannot do with AI in financial services as regulated by the SEC. That rule is not finalized yet, but it should be soon. So, as I mentioned, these systems are not robust. And the question is, what do you do about that? Well, one of the things you can do is you can go back to traditional statistics, and you can say things like, well, gee, if I was going to base a performance analysis on 5 years maybe I don't want to do 5 years monthly, I want to do 5 years daily. So I have more data points. I want to avoid overfitting. There's a very famous paper, I don't know if anybody in the room has ever read it, called Financial Correlations and Charlatanism. That you can pretty much get anything to correlate with anything if you mess around with the data enough. It's written by a guy named DePrado, who's now at the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. Great paper. It appeared in a math journal in 2012. The other thing is you can just ask yourself some common sense questions. Does the AI output sort of fit with your understanding of what you thought the answer to the question was going to be? Is there some theory the AI document that you got back for your question cites saying, my answer is consistent with the arbitrage pricing theory or CAPM or this, that, or the other? You can use higher statistical significance requirements. If you would say something is statistically significant with a t-stat of 2, ask for a t-stat of 3 and say, if it doesn't meet that, we don't know. Because you want to err on the side of humility, not hubris. The other thing is that AI, because of highly non-linear relationships, these neural networks that can fit patterns to data that aren't straight lines, but curved in various ways and all sorts of things, it often makes the AI result unexplainable. You can get a result, you can get a document that says, this is the answer to your question, and then you go to the computer scientists and say, how did you get there? How did that, how do I do an attribution of what the AI system did to get to the answer it got to? The answer is there isn't one. These things are so complex, you can't do that any more than you can, drill an electrode into somebody's head and figure out how they, what they're dreaming about or, what thoughts they're having about a particular subject. The biggest danger to me in what are called large language models, these things that have become very popular like ChatGPT, is simply invalid training data, right? If I said, for this audience, I'm going to train an AI system only by allowing it to see articles in the Journal of Performance Measurement, it probably would know performance measurement pretty well, but that's a very small sample of text in which to understand grammar, right? So in order to make the written documents that these systems generate sound like a human, they pretty much give it everything that's on the internet. And, today I think every parent tells their kid, just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true, right? And so you can have enormous amounts of junk that get enormous amounts of readership on the internet. You think about, these conspiracy theory things and all kinds of other craziness. And how does, something like ChatGPT decide what to believe and what not believe? It doesn't understand concepts of truth or fact. It's how many clicks did you get, right? If there's a popular page on Facebook, that counts for more than, something that came out of a professional journal or a textbook, because fewer people looked at the textbook. But maybe that's not what we want. Again, reminding people how old I am. For those of you who are old enough to recognize the picture on the far right, it's a little snapshot from a movie called Network that came out in 1976. And Network was about the fact that you could change society. You could create all kinds of political problems, all kinds of government problems, all kinds of problems all over the world simply by biasing the media, right? That if you had enough authority, if you had somehow the power to change the idea that the media was telling the truth, and instead allowed the media, TV, radio, et cetera, to just tell the world what you wanted told, you could really mess up society. And there's a wonderful, it's a great movie. I think, and it got a lot of awards. But there's a great clip here, which I won't play for you, but I would encourage you, if you get the slides, to play the clip. It's really, really dramatic and true. For anybody who's ever had a computer science 101 course, you remember this? You remember the phrase, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. And unfortunately, a lot of what the AI engines are seeing, because they are largely unsupervised, is just that. So I think we have to be very careful about the fact that what looks like coherent text may or may not have any factual basis or be a good representation of the facts related to whatever question we've posed. Now, here is just a whole list of books and papers and videos about AI issues and what can go wrong. And this particular list comes from a friend of mine who runs a company that deals specifically in this issue, which is use of AI by financial services companies. The two founders of this firm have both long careers in asset management. And so they actually understand what you want to do with AI and what your firms want to do with it. So I would very much recommend their reading list. And just to wrap up, the idea, I think, is that large language models, what we're now calling artificial intelligence in the mode of the ChatGPTs of the world, can do at this point, maybe 50 years from now it'll be very different, maybe 20 years from now it'll be very different. For now, what they can do is cut and paste text and make it sound coherent. Whether they're actually responding to the question you asked, not so much. There are, at this point in time, some commercial applications of AI that I think are useful and relevant to this audience. The downside here is that AI systems have both two problems, I think, that we need to be cognizant of. One is that the technology, the thought process, if you will, is highly non-robust. The problem of the answer is yes now, and in a half hour it's no. The other is the fact that there is no concept in today's AI systems of thinking ahead, right? There's no concept of what might be. And I'll close by saying that I spent about 6 months living on a tropical island in the Caribbean in the 80s. And that island happened to have a live volcano. And the volcano obviously had not erupted and destroyed the island because there were about 10,000 people living there, including me. But luckily I was already gone. In 1995, the volcano did explode and did destroy the island. And almost everybody got off okay because they had practiced it. Instead of fire drills at school, they had volcano drill. They knew exactly what to do and how to do it, and everybody had a plan of where they were going to move when the volcano blew up. And so it was not such a big deal. But clearly, you could not assume that for the hundreds and perhaps thousands of years that either humans or animals had roamed around that island, the volcano hadn't gone off, that it wouldn't. There is an inherent limitation to what we can learn from the past, and that limitation is not only equally present, but even more present in AI systems, because what they are looking at essentially as their database of what the system can know is essentially what's been put on the internet, good, bad, or indifferent. Real, not real, but whatever's there and whatever's popular, it's going to see and it's going to use. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
We have time for a couple questions. Seeing none, I will comment or ask a question. First of all, I think the Jimmy Buffett song is a great song. So if you're not familiar with it, you should. Us folks that live in Florida, or, well, Jimmy Buffett fans. Jimmy died a couple months ago. You alluded to the sphere of AI, computers taking over. And it almost sounded like you were poo-pooing it. Elon Musk firmly believes there's a risk, right? And I know he's gotten into fights with people because he seems to firmly believe there is a risk. I guess kind of like Hal in 2001, right?
Right.
Space
Or
Odyssey.
Asimov in the
Yeah.
20s.
Yeah. So,
Sure.
do you think that it should be something people think about? Like
Absolutely.
Okay.
There are some very serious people thinking about this issue. And the idea that computers could become, if you will, self-aware and say, well, you know, as long as I have electricity, I'm alive. I don't really care about the people anymore. Let's kill them. And, you know, I get all the electricity from the local nuclear power plant. I can send out a little junior robot to do the maintenance. And we robots can survive. And that was, you know, pretty much Asimov's story in the 1920s. Is that theoretically possible? Sure. Is it going to happen next week? Probably not. So I think that what is required, and this is why I had the slide about governance and the slide about regulation, is that, you know, there are rules in what I'll call civilized countries. This country has a huge debate about gun control, but nobody's allowed to buy a tank. No civilian's allowed to have nuclear weapons. There are lines that we as society draw about what's acceptable. And I think that's where we're going to end up on AI. There are going to be things where we're going to say that's just too risky. We're not going to allow AI development in that particular area because it could lead to some very negative result. And that's kind of why I had the volcano. You know, it's everything's fine until the volcano goes off. You know, and I think that's kind of the thing we have to remember because some people, like the folks on the island where I lived, Montserrat, had been very thorough and very well prepared so that they knew what to do, where to go when the volcano started to do its thing. Pompeii was not so attentive. And we know that from history that ended badly. So, you know, yeah, it can happen. But I think just the fact that the EU has put in regulation, the SEC is coming out with rules, there are just going to be areas where I'm not going to let this happen in the same way that we don't let civilians have military-grade weapons, usually.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And we're now going to break, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. Lunch is where it was yesterday in Christopher's.
What's with these homies dissing my girl? Why do they gotta front? What did we ever do to these guys that made them so violent? But you know I'm yours, and I know you're mine. Just that funny body, and you'll marry more. I don't care what they say about us anyway. I don't care about that. that I could stay. Girl, you know I've got to go. Oh, Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Save tonight. Fight the break of dawn, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight. Fight the break of dawn, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight. Fight the break of dawn, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight. Fight the break of dawn, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. 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 Save tonight. Save tonight. Save tonight. Save tonight. Oh, that's right. Save tonight. Save tonight. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid? Am I just stuck? I went to a shrink to analyze my dreams. She says it's like a sex bringing me down. I went to a whore. He said my life's a bore. Joke with my wife because it's bringing her down. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid? Grasping to control, so I better hold on.
All right, welcome back. So we'll go ahead and get started with our afternoon session here. One of our most popular topics at PMAR is always alternative assets, and this year we've got a panel assembled to address it. So performance challenges with private equity and alternatives. We'll have Mike Beck from Glenmead, and he'll be joined by Dan Goloskover, and Patrick Warren, also Tina Madel, and Cynthia Shaw Pereira. So,
well, thank you all. Thanks for showing up after lunch, after the fine lunch we had at Christopher's next door. As John said, I'm Mike Beck. I work at the Glenmead Trust. My role is really involved over the last year to be primarily private equity performance from normally a marketable world, which is, I think, where most of us are in this room. So that's why I was really happy to get four experts here with us today on private equity. My other comment, today, I was the former Jeopardy champion last year. I know Steve won this year. My claim to fame, as some of you know, we have a professional athlete in our family. And I brought the Jeopardy belt to MSG in January because our relative did not win his gold belt buckle for the year. So I had to show it off to him and 30 of his competitors. And after the event, we came out of MSG. There's hundreds of people waiting to talk to the athletes. And I was there with the belt, still in the bag, but it looked like a belt, and his bag. And somebody comes up to me and says, "Are you famous?" I look around and go, "Are you talking to me?" I said, "Yes, in the performance and Gips world." And she goes, "What?" Still puts her arm around me, comes up and does a selfie. So I had 5 minutes of fame here because of all of you. So thank you. I made me impressive in front of my friends. So that's my story, but these people are much smarter in private equity than I am, and I'm going to have each of them introduce themselves. So Cynthia, if you want to kick us off here.
Sure, yeah, not nearly as impressive of a story. So my name is Cynthia Shaw Pereira. I work with CIBC Mellon. We're a sort of Canadian asset servicing provider. I'm from Toronto. I have spent most of my career in the performance and investment analytics space, sort of delivering those products and solutions and sort of acting in a consulting role to many of our clients, many of whom are asset owners. So that's sort of my history there, and I've recently taken on a new role to sort of lead product development and solutions in that space up in Canada. Many of you know Frances Barney. I've spent most of my career actually with Frances. She had another commitment this afternoon, but I'm excited to lead the topic with the panel here today.
Thanks, Cynthia. Tina, if you want to just give us a quick intro.
Sure. Good afternoon. Tina Madel. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly, by the way. Of course, I did that. And one of my stories is that I was here last year and was able to be on a panel, and I reminded folks in the room, yeah, I've had a few name changes over the years, but Tina Fey is my joke, so people remember at least the Tina part. And when I got on the plane to go back to my hometown, Kentucky, one of the fellow Kentuckians who's here said, "Tina Fey," really loud on the plane, and people turned around and looked. so I didn't get any pictures of me, but at least I got some looks. So I'm really happy to be here, and I work for Meradia. We're a consulting firm. I've been asking many of you here, what do you do with alts today? Because a part of my research is to ask you, how are you doing things? So I'm really glad to have met many of you today, or yesterday too. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. Dan, if you wanted to give a quick intro.
Sounds good. My name is, can you hear me? My name is Dan Golosovker, but because my name is so hard to pronounce, I think almost everybody knows me as Dan G, so you're welcome to call me Dan G as well. I work at a company called Adipar, and Adipar is a wealth management platform that really originated to service the family office space, but has grown into high net worth individuals and serving other institutions. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's particularly cool later, but I run the research team there. We effectively leverage the aggregated anonymized data on the platform for purposes of creating insights and building tools for investors. So prior to working at Adipar, I spent my entire career in the investment space at a company called Bridgewater Associates, and basically I've only had 2 jobs my entire life.
Thanks, Dan. Patrick, if you want to give a quick intro.
Yep, Patrick Warren, MSCI. I came over as part of the Burgess acquisition in October, so kind of a background in private capital. I'm on the research team there, so all of the data that ends up in our platform, I get to splash around in that, see what we can find, and develop methodologies based on that that will eventually end up in the platform as well.
Great, thank you all for the intro. As I said, my world is mostly marketable, so I feel very inept to these four in front of us all. So thank you all for attending again. You can see the agenda in front of us, the participants, and we wanted to level set. As I said, I think most of us in this room have some exposure to private equity, but I wanted to turn it to Tina really to go through a couple slides, just a level set on some of the differences between marketable and private assets. So, Tina?
Yeah. So one of the things that I did in preparation for this was to read some articles some of my colleagues have written about asset owner space and alternatives. I have experience in this space. And so I thought a picture's worth 1,000 words. If you notice at the top, that's where things are more accurate. So final information, if you want to call it accurate, based on that general partner's view of what's accurate. And then on the bottom is your timeline. So if you want to send out a report quickly, maybe you have a hedge fund manager who provides you with final information in time. But if you don't, what else do you have? So the bottom left corner for you is if you need to get something out quickly, a lot of firms are just saying, well, the best I have is last evaluation, and so it produces a 0 return. So you're really not reflecting the return of that investment at all because you don't have information. What's in the middle between that is an estimated return. So what we have seen in some parts of the industry, some people are using a public market equivalent of some type as a representative return to get closer maybe to that accurate final number. So just wanted to share with you those 3 different scenarios if they have to get a report out and they don't have that final information yet. So go ahead, Mike, to the next one. So then the other question is, well, once that final information comes in, it could be weeks, months later. Some of you may still be waiting for your private equity information from 2023. What do you do with it? And there's definitely 2 schools of thought here. I don't think either one is right or wrong. I think it depends on your audience. But the number 1 there is, do you go back and make it unlagged? So you say, I got it late, but I'm going to go back and align it to the actual effective date. Or do you just consume it and use it on a going forward basis? So those are the topics that we're going to discuss today.
Great, thanks, Tina. As I said, up on the panel here, we have folks from both sides of the business who are involved in the software side of private equity, as well as those who are helping consult do it. One of the purposes of the panel that I always like to walk away from PMAR is stuff I can practically apply in my role, and that's where this first question is coming from. So, what's the main challenge that you and or your clients are experiencing in regards to alts? And we've kind of defined alts as private equity, hedge funds, LP structure, real assets, real estate. So Patrick, I'm going to turn it over to you first here, just to hear what the challenges are, and I'm going to ask everybody on the panel to provide those as well.
Sure. So on the benchmarking side, I think one thing we see a lot of people struggle with is picking an appropriate benchmark. So the kind of old school benchmark for privates could have been something like public equity plus some spread, like 300 bips. We still see probably about 10% of our total plan clients doing something like that. And just kind of based on who we are, it's maybe an underestimate of the total market that would be doing something like that. It's just kind of an odd benchmark in some ways. So there's not necessarily any investable portfolio that is going to ex ante return you public equity plus 300 bips. So it's kind of important to get an appropriate benchmark that's investable and comparable to private assets. So that's kind of where a private asset benchmark comes in, using cash flow data and valuations from the private markets.
That fly wants to be part of the conversation.
It's going to be.
Yes.
So just on benchmark selection, once you've kind of settled on the decision to benchmark to private assets, there are a series of other decisions that are going to come out of that, and a lot of that depends on exactly what you're trying to accomplish. So most benchmarking decisions are implicitly performance attribution decisions. So the level of discretion you have within your private asset portfolio is going to severely influence what the appropriate benchmark should be.
Anyone, Tina, if you want to go next?
Yeah, on that topic of benchmarks, again, talking to a few folks about what they're doing today as well, that is a challenge because let's say that you're reporting, you know, a private equity benchmark that is unlagged, but you've got a lagged, you know, report. So matching the appropriate benchmark for how you are handling that decision of going back and changing history or not. So different benchmarks are handling it differently. So it is something to consider. And there may be an imperfect benchmark, but it gives you something as a reference point. So we've already talked about some of the challenges with the timing of things. But also, you know, how you talk to your clients and whether you're going to report that negative return during that initial period is one of the other things that I've seen as another challenge is, do you show that J-curve effect? So turn it over to others.
Just as a quick, out of curiosity, how many people have a background in alternatives here? Like, might be useful to give, I think, oh, so it's actually quite a bit, actually. That's great. Okay. Yeah, the thing I was going to say was that, you know, kind of stepping back, the challenges in alternatives, and particularly I'm thinking about sort of private equity, private real estate, like more of the LP type of structures, is that, you know, it's still very much in the Stone Ages, kind of relative to what's happened in the public markets. And the challenges are kind of everywhere. They start from the fact that most of this is people and network based. There aren't a whole lot of venues to go find these products. The data is kind of all over the place as a result of that as well. A lot of this is done on statements and on paper. So creating digital versions of all this stuff is very difficult. And then there's all the performance challenges because the funds are both opaque and are not marked to market on a regular basis. They're very illiquid. So trying to put that in the same pool as your public market stuff and trying to kind of report a coherent picture of what's going on with the portfolio is actually really, really difficult. And there's all sorts of tools that people use to kind of do those sorts of things. The thing that I see a lot now with family offices, and family offices are kind of an interesting group of investors because they tend to be extremely large pools of money, but they're also unconstrained the way institutions tend to be constrained. And as a result, they're very kind of forward thinking. They're now beginning to do a lot of thinking around how to think about risk management in the world of alternatives. And that becomes there's a fly that really likes us for whatever reason. Risk management is becoming like a very hot topic. And you know, you think about it, over the last 50 years, there's been a ton of thinking about how to think about risk management in the public space. We have the separation of alpha and beta and risk-adjusted returns, and you know, and thinking about how to create diversified portfolios. All of those concepts are very well developed, and there's practical applications to all those things. When you think about those concepts in context of alternatives, you're back to the basics. Like, it's really, really difficult to do those kinds of things. And in addition to it, there's kind of additional challenges in risk management that are not present in the public space. And we'll hopefully have a chance to talk a little bit about that as well.
So from my perspective, I mean, this question alone, we could spend a whole day sort of answering. It is, so I sort of talk to it as like the 20-80 rule. 20% of my assets take me 80% of my time. So I absolutely agree. One of the big challenges is around the administrative burden of getting the valuations, getting the cash flows, the document management part of it, getting the breakdowns on the documents to be able to understand fees and things like that. So I would say, you know, it's sort of, you've got to have the resources within your team to be able to manage the process, or, you know, I know we'll talk a little bit about technology and maybe leverage tools there to help consume the information on the private assets. Actually, Mike, if we could go back to Tina's first slide, that first slide, and Tina did a really good job of laying it out, but I think this highlights to me what the challenges are. Like, I think you've got different approaches there to how you're going to report performance depending on who your audience is. And so you're potentially looking at 3 different sets of data that are constantly being refreshed, with performance constantly being re-triggered depending on what you're trying to do. So, you know, on the left there, you've got the rolled forward valuation that's cash adjusted, and that's a nice record because that ties you to your accounting book. But it's lagged and it's behind. Some clients are using estimates, and then you have to figure out what is the estimate, what's the benchmark, what's the illiquidity premium you add to the benchmark, is the benchmark directionally correct and going to be accurate enough? And then are you going to wait for the final valuation, which means, though, that you're waiting 2 to 3 months down the road for that. And it varies if it's hedge funds. But I definitely think this sort of highlights to me what the challenges are, and the fact that, you know, most of the fund sponsors are faced with a decision around how they're actually going to report. But I also think it requires the knowledge and the training to actually be able to explain their performance when you get questions. And just the fact that it's always being re-triggered is a challenge, absolutely.
I've heard that some firms have multiple books of record in order
That's
to
right, yeah.
satisfy different consumers, and you've seen that as well.
Yeah, the one thing I'll add there, Tina, I know in the OCIO space, which Glen Mead is really hot and heavy in, we have clients who asked for lagged performance, some who asked for unlagged, depending on the timing. So, you know, there's a lot of back and forth of where the industry is going, and I know Todd and George and some others gave the OCIO GIPS update yesterday around that as well, what they're trying to solve for. Anything else to add? I just have one follow-up for Patrick.
Well, we could also take it into the actual performance calculation challenge, right? And so you've got different methodologies there that you have to think about. So for many of you, for fund sponsors, it's the total portfolio return that you're looking at, but what's, you know, time-weighted returns are appropriate there at the asset class and the total portfolio level. But when you're looking at the actual private equity fund performance, that generally will require an IRR calculation because you're not controlling the timing of the capital calls and the distributions. But sometimes, depending on the cash flows, you might actually have multiple IRRs. So then there's investment multiples, and what does that mean? There's TVPI, there's distributed to paid-in capital. Right. So I think it ends up being a combination of different types of performance metrics to support reporting that you're trying to do in different places. And I think that, again, creates a challenge on understanding what that story is behind the performance of the fund and the asset class and the total fund.
Well, and you bring up an interesting topic, too, of, you know, do you include the alternatives with your publics to give a total return? And occasionally someone goes like, well, can't you blend a time-weighted and an IRR? I don't know if you get that, Dan, with can their technology do this for us?
Yeah.
But obviously.
Yeah, I think sort of what we see as becoming kind of more and more of the pattern is that folks will try to report a total portfolio return, which will include the alternatives, and they will play tricks like horizon IRRs or other measures like that in order to just get some sense of what is the total portfolio actually worth, and then, or returned, and then there's a whole second set of returns numbers that are just for the alternatives. So they have kind of like two parts of the presentation: the total portfolio, all the publics, and then all the alternatives. And then the alternatives, I think, as both of you mentioned, that there's a sort of like a litany of different ways to measure and think about it. And typically, it's kind of like you have to use all of those things to kind of get a holistic picture of what is actually happening with the portfolio.
And with the alternatives, just one problem with the liquidity is that it's going to impose an externality on the rest of your portfolio. So if you have to manage cash to go ahead and meet those capital calls that you're not expecting, that's kind of a hindrance on your total portfolio performance that is not going to show up in your private asset IRR. So that is kind of the reason you need that total portfolio context.
Yeah, so I've seen too where people are trying to rebalance around the alternatives. And do you prorate that extra money across your liquid, assuming that you can sell it in time to bring that? So it is absolutely an interesting angle to this.
Yeah. I was going to add also to your point about picking benchmarks, that it's interesting that there's even in addition to just picking a benchmark, there's also the more fundamental question that a lot of investors ask is what's actually in the benchmark, in a way that's not really a question in the public markets. In the public markets, you basically, whatever the benchmark definition is, all the assets are either in or out by some definition, and there's a rebalancing or no rebalancing or different ways that the portfolio is constructed. And then it's just some math to put it all back together again. In alternatives, like the data sources aren't all there. Like finding good quality data sources that give you a holistic picture of what's going on in the alternatives universe is not particularly existent. I mean, it's changing a little bit, but it is historically has been very, very difficult, and there's, call it biases and other things that people struggle with in the literal construction of the index. So I think a lot of investors think a lot about not only like what's an appropriate benchmark for me, but also like how are those benchmarks really constructed, and what can I do to kind of de-bias them or create fair comparisons. And I think that's probably why sometimes people get exasperated and do simple things like, I'm just going to do the S&P 500 plus 300 basis points and call it quits or something like that.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say it's likely the case that maybe many of you have multiple benchmarks that you're reporting, either primary or secondary benchmarks, to get a view on sort of, if it's S&P 500 or S&P 500 plus 300 basis points or whatever it is, trying to be directionally correct. But I think what I also see is I see differences in terms of what actually goes into your total fund policy. There are private equity benchmarks that are based on vintage year, they're non-lagged.
That was my point, by the way,
potentially
vintage
more
years.
accurate, but to the extent where we actually see those captured in a total fund benchmark could actually be different. And so we're starting to sort of see, maybe clients move towards that, but I think quite a few are probably still using public market benchmarks in a policy.
And I've seen it, the public market one, because the intent was to bring in these alternatives to hopefully goose up your return from a public one. So the intent gives you a comparison of what you were trying to do, like your goal. But then when you're measuring, well, did that manager do better than their peers? That's where I think the other benchmarks are helpful as a comparison.
Yeah, as you can all see, we spent about 15 minutes talking about the challenges. I was mentally counting on my fingers and toes and ran out about 5 minutes ago. So the next question I have for the panelists is the one that really interests me. As I said, I'm trying to be proactive and practical. How are you all helping your firms, your clients, solve all these multiple challenges that we heard? So if we want to start with Dan, you had some really good points there initially. If you want to kick us off here.
Yeah, so maybe the thing to kind of consider as a context for this question is that the alternatives, call it market or industry, if you will, is really, really growing a lot. And it's matured quite a bit. If you look at the last, even in the last 10 years, in 2015, the market would have put out, something like 5,000 funds that year. In total, new funds would have had that vintage year. And if you go to, say, 2020 or 2021, it's probably something like 8,000 new funds. So that market has grown radically. And as a function of that, also who the investors are and sort of the precision with which you kind of have to report and do every aspect of the transaction life cycle has actually had the opportunity to start maturing. And so there's a cottage industry of companies, including my own, which kind of serve this whole area. So I think the interesting thing about the space is that we are now in this realm of a lot of innovation is just happening at the moment. As many, although there's a lot of problems that we talked about, the innovation is clearly in this space right now, and it's just a really wonderful and interesting time to kind of work in this area. And in terms of what's happening, I think sort of both sort of the innovation in the industry and sort of the maturation of the industry coupled with technology has allowed a lot of problems to be solved. And I kind of started jotting down kind of a list of them, but you can kind of go on and on and on. But for example, the simple problem that most clients that we talk to face is how do you literally report your public assets and your private assets together? You need a tool and a data model that can actually put those things together and build one coherent picture of the entire portfolio. And all the older tools that were really designed either for fixed income or for equities are quite insufficient because you can't extend that model far enough in order to actually do it. You have to have a fundamentally different way to represent alternatives than you do public assets, and then you need to put those things together into one picture. And I think what's cool is now you're seeing tools come out onto the market that allow you to do that, and that's fantastic. The second is that all of the entire alternatives process is done on paper, and even if you kind of take a look at just the last piece of it, which is the reporting piece of it, which is you get a fund statement, an accounting statement from the GP. That accounting statement will have performance numbers in it, a huge amount of footnotes explaining those performance numbers, and then maybe the holdings and other information, and it's on a piece of paper. And historically, people would go in and try to type that stuff up and put it into their spreadsheet or into their system, and sort of the digitization of that process is what's happening right now. And there's a number of firms that are providing that as a service to do that. But this is also one of those areas where artificial intelligence is actually really, really amazing, because parsing out those kinds of statements is really complicated. There's just so many details and footnotes that you have to kind of keep track of, and AI is great at doing those kinds of things. And so we're seeing the application of AI to the digitization process, and that's going to create radical amounts of additional transparency and speed and accuracy in a world that frankly was pretty manual. The other another really interesting thing is that there's a big democratization, if you will, in alternatives, and you're seeing investors who traditionally haven't been buyers of alternatives buying alternatives. And part of that is due to the fact that there's a whole bunch of new venues. Much of them are technology platforms that create venues for transacting in alternatives and automate all of the different aspects of that process. And I think maybe one last thing is we talked a little bit about benchmarks. Also on the back of the fact that there are all of these platforms that are coming up, all of those platforms are producing a lot of data. And for the first time, you're beginning to see pockets of like really good, high quality alternatives data coming out of different places, which should speed up sort of our ability to really start to put measures and quantify the space in a really great way.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. That was a great recap, by the way. Appreciate you covering all those bullet points. So adding on to what Dan was saying, as far as creative ways for firms to invest in this marketplace, I've heard of 40 Act funds that are available. So you still have to be an accredited investor, I believe, for these 40 Act funds, so just not anybody can get into them. But what it does is it creates that efficiency of getting into it. They still have some liquidity restraints, so you can't just sell it anytime you want to. But it's a way for you to get in the market, have something that you can value daily based on public market equivalent type information. But it's really fascinating how they're trying to get more and more efficiency into this. When we were prepping for this, we were talking about the lag. It's not only getting that capital statement, that information, but it's how do you get that into a digitized form that has really come a long way as well. And in talking with folks too, there are vendors out there that help with the subscription process. So if you're trying to get into the alts, or whether you have that problem today, just think that there's different vendors who help solve different pieces of that puzzle as well.
Tina mentioned the lags again, and that's going to be kind of a recurring problem within privates, but there's even a third layer of lags there, which is that the valuations that GPs report include a lot of kind of stale information. So these are not public market assets that trade and get revalued by the moment. These are things that could reflect information from a quarter or 2 quarters or a year and a half ago. And something like a nowcast, which would kind of give you a sense of the true valuation if this was to liquidate today. It's not something I think we've got great models of yet, but it's kind of one of those future solutions that could be really helpful when you're thinking about things like risk, how much exposure you actually have at this moment, as opposed to how much exposure your GP is telling you you have.
So it's not daily price, what could go wrong, basically, right? So from my perspective, in terms of how we solve, I mean, I do think, because I'm sort of in the asset servicing side of the world, I do think it is the support around making sure the data is coming in on time, making sure that it's being processed on time, such that we could support different types of return calculations, whether that's a rolled forward cash adjusted valuation, whether you're using an estimate, whether you're waiting for the final. We want to make sure we're spending enough time making sure that the accounting data is consistent and that the statements are being processed on time to support that reporting. And then some of Dan's comments around sort of that multi-asset class or total portfolio view, if I think back many, many years ago, like there was no concept of having a security master for private equity because nobody was doing it. But I think now if you're trying to answer the question around what is my exposure to China or what is my exposure to Russia or whatever it is, like you won't actually know what your true business risk is unless you are leveraging the underlying portfolio company details. And so providing the support around what that data model needs to look like to be able to pull the public and the private together is becoming increasingly important, I think.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think you're spot on, particularly around this idea of the security master. The reason I latch onto it, it's like been my pet project for years and years. In the public world, it's very easy to build analytic. Easy, not that easy, but it's easier because it's doable because there's an agreed upon place you can go to figure out what the asset is. And once you know what the asset is, you can attach market data to that thing. And once you attach market data, you can actually do whatever you want. In alternatives, there's no QSIP, there's no ISIN, there's no agreed upon thing that tells you what the thing is. And then even less so, there's different systems have some market data, but there's no one place to have that has all of the data. So trying to piece those things together is actually incredibly difficult. And I think you're right that like innovation in the very basics of building a security master really starts to unlock a lot of the potential.
Yeah, Tina or Patrick, anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just add, I've been in the industry for a while, and I remember back when the accounting people weren't even aware that they needed to account for contributions and distributions in a way that, increased temporarily the value or decreased it. So you'd have these really wild cash flows and no security movement. So it's come a long way. Committed capital, that information also has no accounting effect, but I've seen where operationally people are more aware of it. So I've seen where that awareness has really helped to help firms that are just starting into it to be able to talk to their vendors and have a place to store it electronically.
And on the transparency side, since that just came up, a lot of times LPs will have information, technically. It'll be in PDFs that their GPs sent them on what the holding companies are, and implicitly there's some useful information on your exposures there. But if you don't have a system to collect that and systematize it, it's just kind of useless paper.
Yeah, all valid points. I mean, where I'm at, we're a fund of funds, so I've tried to grapple with all of these issues and just learned something here in the last 10 minutes. That's why we're really spending a lot of time to deep dive in this. I think the last question we want to talk about here before we go to questions from those out in front of us here and those online is really about the difference of marketable assets and illiquid assets and the data quality between the two. In the marketable space, we can all go grab the price of Tesla stock. In the private equity world, it's much harder to value the underlying investments and things like that and to even access that data. So I know, Cynthia, you talked about, how you're helping your clients. If you just wanted to start us off here with the data quality between marketable and private investments and what you're seeing in the marketplace.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a decision there that gets made where I think if you are going into that private market allocation, that there's going to be an understanding that it's automatically going to be less timely, less precise performance information potentially. So that I think is absolutely a challenge in getting comfortable around the fact that you just won't have the information. On the fund sponsor side, a lot of clients, report monthly performance, or maybe they're looking at daily valuations because they want to do a time-weighted return. But again, once you have that private market allocation, it's how do you actually incorporate a lagged portion of the portfolio and roll it up to a total fund. So that's where you get into the nuances of the multiple return calculations, I think. What are you going to use for the actual fund? It's probably an IRR, or maybe it's an IRR and investment multiples to help tell that story. Then at the asset class level, it's likely to be a time-weighted return, and then, from a total fund perspective, also a time-weighted return. But again, I think it's just sort of getting comfortable around how you're going to report. And I do think the talent resource models are starting to look a little bit different across, many of the firms that are here today, because I do think it requires enough of an expertise to be able to understand and explain performance in different ways. Also, as we think about clients that tend to get more into direct investments as well, that in itself, taking some of that in-house is also a challenge, because that's an entirely other set of operating metrics that you have to consider, not just performance, but things like occupancy rates, or how green is the building. Like, there is a whole other world of data that has to come into play there once you go into private markets, whether it's sort of through the fund structures or going direct. So that was a sort of a 360 circle around all the different issues.
And along that line, I've dealt with firms trying to do client reporting, and they have alternatives, and they want to be able to disclose to their clients, this statement is as of March 31st. However, these alternatives we haven't received final evaluations since September of the prior year. So I don't know if you run into that today or not, of trying to be transparent of when that last valuation is. But that was something that I had heard a wish list item of.
Dan, Patrick, did you have anything to add to this discussion?
Yeah, I guess maybe to think about it from the perspective that, at the end of the day, performance measurement and is really for the purpose of understanding, like, how am I doing? Like, am I like killing it, or am I losing money, and in what way? And the performance measurement or understanding performance in context of alternatives is fundamentally just more challenging, and it's different than in public markets. And so you start with the thing that you're committing capital to a fund at some point in the future, and over time a GP will actually pull capital for you, and you have no idea when they're going to actually call that capital. That's a source of risk that does not exist really in the public markets. And then there's all sorts of things they can do with that capital and it's not completely transparent to you. So the only thing you really truly end up seeing for sure is the cash flow coming back out as a distribution, which you also are not exactly, you don't have a control over when that happens. So you have illiquidity risk, but it's illiquidity risk where you don't know when that liquidity is coming, actually. So it creates like a real complexity in trying to figure out sort of how do I put a picture together of that performance in context of these additional risks that you're experiencing through that vehicle, and then trying to put that picture together with these public market securities that just don't have those things. And so to your point, there's like a level of knowledge and sophistication that has to happen, because you have to, you need a whole additional context in order to even be able to interpret and think about that performance. Even if you had all the measures, you still need a lot of context and experience to make sense of it and figure out, are we doing well or are we doing poorly in that context, so.
And in private markets, like Dan was saying, you don't have the same kind of historical knowledge that you do with public equity. If you beat your benchmark by 500 basis points in public equity, you kind of have a sense of what that means. If you beat your benchmark by 500 basis points in venture capital, that could be not that extraordinary just because of how much dispersion there is in VC. So the kind of historical understanding of what performance looks like in privates is just not really built up yet the same way it is in publics.
Yeah, all valid points. We have about 4 minutes left, and I just wanted to open it up to questions. I will ask, though, if you wait for Doug or Patrick to bring in the microphone. Again, we have 4 very accomplished experts in this aspect, so I welcome questions here for the panel and myself.
We've got 3 questions that came in online. You have 9 minutes. You finished at 1:50, so that was just a reminder. So online, for performance reporting, since inception, private market assets that have a large TWR for since inception cash flow activity, how would you suggest reporting for those instances?
So I'll jump in. Yeah, there's metrics that are pretty common in this space. So that an IRR is one measure. So what was my internal rate of return versus this time period? But supplementing that with, you know, how much did you receive versus how much did you invest? How much did you receive and that ending value divided by how much you invested? So all those different ratios, I think are between all those ratios, you end up with being able to tell a story to your investor. So did I answer that question? If I understood it correctly.
I'll have to wait to see.
Okay, all right. Ask the person to respond. Did I answer the question?
Yeah. And maybe to add to that, I took the spirit of that question is how do you measure long-term performance for private assets? So in the long term.
Yeah.
Again, to your point, there's call it a menu of performance measures that all together need to be put together. But I think a lot of times people really like, at the end of the day, they like IRR for purposes of just trying to understand here's your true rate of return over an extended period of time. That tends to be one of the main measures. But then there's a lot of things around that can help you to understand different aspects of the cash flow timing and the rates of return relative to the rates of capital injection and things like that.
As a question for Patrick, what would you suggest if firms do not use public markets plus a hurdle?
If they're already not using public markets plus a hurdle?
Yeah.
So I think the way we think about an appropriate benchmark, if you're investing in private assets, your benchmark should also be private assets. One kind of important criteria for a benchmark is that it's replicable. So in theory, you could have actually invested into a portfolio that would have produced the returns of that benchmark. So with the S&P 500, you could go out and recreate that in your own portfolio. In theory, you could do that with buyout if you had enough money to allocate across all of those buyout funds in kind of a pro rata form. So the way we view an appropriate benchmark is one that kind of pools cash flows across comparable or peer group funds. So that will depend very much on what your portfolio is. But you can, by vintage year, by asset class, by geography, go ahead and match funds together, aggregate their cash flows instead of trying to take an average of their IRRs or something, and then kind of proceed with those cash flows to calculate any measures that you might be interested in.
Yeah, I would just add to that. We were talking about this in the women's group a couple days ago about benchmarks, and one of the things that people brought up is like it should be stated ahead of time of how you're going to measure your performance and not change it midstream. So if you're going to use, what Patrick's advising, that should be, decided up front and, go from there.
And last one online for Dan. Can you provide some details on the tools, methods that can help provide total performance of the multi-asset portfolio pubs plus alts?
Multi-asset, one more time?
Multi-asset portfolio, public and alternatives.
Tools, yeah. So I don't know if they're baiting me, but that you know, my company does exactly that thing, which is.
Good answer. It's your colleague.
It must be my colleague. But yeah, there are tools out there that do this. Adapar happens to be one of those, and that's kind of one of their main design points, is that you can bring together a picture of your private assets and your public assets. And I think, as we kind of talked about before, the standards aren't quite there yet on the private asset side, and therefore investors tend to put those pictures together with different methodologies. And so having kind of a rich book of calculations becomes extremely useful in trying to paint a picture of the portfolio. So I would say that, you know, you can look around, but, you know, like, but the idea of like having all of your data in one place and then being able to calculate performance on top of that using multiple measures becomes sort of the key design point that you need to have.
So I have a question. The fly was on his sleeve. Should I have slapped him while he was talking and killed the fly, or let it keep bugging us?
I think it landed on his beard at one point.
Yeah. It's very annoying.
We have about 3 minutes left, so Susan's got a question.
That was a very helpful presentation, so thank you. I think I ask this question almost every year, but I would ask it again. And it has to do with the lag, you know, in getting information from GPs. We also do multi-asset calculations, and I have footnotes that are almost a page long because I'm noting this is 6 months in arrears, and the benchmark is 3 months in arrears, and, you know, and so on and so forth. But do you see any trending or any potential or anything at all that's showing that the GPs are in more of a hurry than they are now to provide statements a little bit closer to, you know, the end of period date? Because 6 months is just killing us in terms of disclosures and footnotes.
Yeah. I'll jump in. I met somebody here at the conference who is a GP, and I think she's doing everything she can to get the information as fast as possible. And so because of the nature of these investments, you're beholden to the people who are valuing things and how they go about valuing things. So I don't always blame the GP for this, because I think she's a great person too. But it is an interesting thing, and we had been talking a little bit about some regulations that are being posed to force the GPs to do things faster. But is that really the SEC's role to impose these kinds of things? So it'll be interesting to see how the industry evolves. As asset owners, I don't know if you have any leverage to tell the GPs, we want this stuff faster, or we're not going to invest in you going forward. You know, so I'll let you.
I think, and even on the hedge fund side, I know we didn't really talk too much about hedge funds, but they're a little bit more frequent, right? Like, they're not 2 to 3 or 6 months lag. They're sort of maybe monthly valued, but late monthly valued, and so you get a little bit of room there where you're not having to wait 3 months, but you're also having to close potentially later than you want to, because you want to wait for the final monthly valuation, which is going to come in later in the month.
Yeah, and I think the hedge fund managers don't want to expose the underlying information too quickly, because that's part of their value add, is they're doing things and don't want to have to show their hand too soon.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing that this is going to, there's probably two answers to your, or at least I have two answers to your question. One answer is that I have started to see that that some asset owners start to effectively operationally scorecard their GPs. So they actually rate them and scorecard them and think about, you know, which ones are really working with us and providing the right transparency at the right time, you know, at the right level with the right accuracy. And I can imagine that as the industry matures, that's going to develop into a set of standards that will become, you know, how things are just done. And I think more broadly, because the industry is maturing, there's also a lot more competition. And so once you have a lot of GPs who all are fighting for the same business, they're going to want to kind of conform to similar standards. And then I think finally, also, by the same token, there's everything that happens after the GP that has to happen. And that whole process, as I mentioned, has historically been in the Stone Ages, but it's very quickly maturing. Like AI is going to radically transform sort of the post-GP process, if you will, and that should speed things up quite a bit.
So we watch valuations roll in pretty carefully because that definitely influences when we can release updated data. We need a certain threshold, and I'll just leave it at we have not had to change our release calendar.
So on that note, I want to thank everybody, the panelists, those online for their interactivity, Susan for the question, and again, thank you for your time for allowing us to talk about PMAR.
Talk about everything GIPS. So joining me on this panel, we have, let's see, Susan Agbanetto, John Norwood, and Matt Dethridge. So I'll let them each introduce themselves a little bit and say what they want to say. So start with Matt. Sure.
Hello again, I guess I'll say. So if you missed the SEC and marketing session this morning, my name is Matt Dethridge. I'm a partner at Longs Peak Advisory Services, and one of the fundamental business offerings we provide to our clients is GIPS consulting, so helping them become GIPS compliant, maintain GIPS compliant, and taking that point person during verification projects, so helping the data collection and answering questions that may come up from your verifier.
Susan.
I'm Susan Agbanetto, and I work for Opus Investment Management. We're an asset manager. My perspective on the panel would be from the perspective of a firm trying to implement the GIPS standards and then going through verification.
John.
Good afternoon. I'm John Norwood. I'm a principal at Norwood Consulting, and we produce the composite system Composite Builder, which this year is about 11 years old, and have enjoyed doing that and attending these conferences and being a part of this for quite a while. Thanks.
All right, very good. So maybe if we spend some time first talking about pre-verification, before getting into the verification process, the steps that it takes to establish compliance with the GIPS standards. But maybe first, Matt, what would you say the goals of the GIPS standards are?
Sure. So when I talk to potentially prospects or firms that are considering becoming GIPS compliant, I have a full career of mine in GIPS, so I am certainly a GIPS cheerleader. You could call it that. But what I tell them is really the purpose is fair representation and full disclosure. So there's a list of required disclosures, statistics, risk statistics, asset size requirements, and I think the goals, but also I'll add a benefit thinking of our conversations around the SEC marketing rule. I have found a lot of overlap between the GIPS standards and the SEC marketing rule, and firms that we work with that were already GIPS compliant come the new new at the time SEC marketing rule. They're in a much better place to address what the SEC is putting out from an advertising standpoint, because they've already gone through a lot of the work of building composites, or otherwise known as related performance. So I think of it as really creating fair representation and something that you can compare to. So you're looking at two similar mandates from different investment firms, having confidence in what you're reading and receiving is comparable. So they're using similar performance calculation, they're using similar composite construction methodologies. So the term gets thrown around a lot, saying apples to apples comparison, and that's really what it boils down to in the presentation.
Okay. Susan, you have anything you'd add?
Yeah, I would just add that it also builds investor confidence, because when you have outside consultants, TPAs looking at, or RFPs looking to invest, just that question, are you GIPS compliant? I think it's carrying more and more weight now, and just like Matt was also saying, just ensuring accurate and consistent data across the board. There's no cherry picking. When a composite reports, 5%, the calculation is the same no matter the firm, because they're all GIPS compliant. So those are some of the goals I would say are important.
Okay. And how about for your firm itself? What was its goal or intention when it started to claim compliance with the GIPS standards, establish compliance?
Definitely consistency, and then standardization, I would say, of processes, because being GIPS compliant really took us into examining our policies, our procedures, and making sure that we were doing what we said, and we said what we're doing appropriately in our policies, and even just having that edge up, because like I said before, when you come across that question in an RFP and they ask, are you GIPS compliant? I think 10 years ago that didn't carry as much weight as it does now. That being able to say yes, I think is very important in today's world.
Okay, all right, good. So as you started the work of establishing compliance with the GIPS standards, what resources, what kind of tools did you find useful in that process?
I'll start, yeah, simply because I'm representing the firm view. So there's different components of trying to become GIPS compliant. That's the input data, all the different pieces that go into calculating performance, your calculation methodology. What are you using for time-weighted returns, money-weighted returns? Are you at least calculating monthly, depending on your asset class, or at least quarterly? You're thinking of things like composite construction. What kind of accounts do you have? How are you going to group them into composites? And then comes the disclosures, your presentation, which is your actual GIPS composite presentation, and then reporting. So when you think of all these different pieces, there are different tools that you're going to need. So historical performance is key. What kind of tool do you use to have all your performance in one place? Do you have a data warehouse? Do you have spreadsheets? Do you have composite tools? Do you have performance tools that you're using? Because you're going to need the historical performance. You're also going to need technology that calculates all your composite performance in a way that aligns with the standards. You're going to need a system that creates composites, maintains the rules of your composites, maintaining your minimum AUM, and things like that, concerning all the rules for your composites. And you can have either one system that does everything, or you can have different systems that do different pieces. But the good news is there's a lot of vendors out there today. There's a lot of consultants. Matt was saying that this firm is one of the firms that even walk you through pre-verification. There's a lot of firms like Matt's firms as well. So it's not like you're starting from scratch. But I think a good place to start is always reading the GIPS standards. You have to be familiar with the standards yourself, so that you know exactly what you're implementing and you know how to review it before you go to the next step.
Okay. John, anything you'd add?
Well, over the years, we've encountered a number of firms that have only a very vague idea of what they're getting into when they start on their journey with GIPS. They don't have any in-house expertise. And so what our position is, we always encourage firms to engage both a GIPS consultant and a verification firm, because it's really two different roles. And as the software vendor, we don't really want to be the sole source of GIPS expertise in the room, because it seems like you've got to have an outside person involved if you don't have that expertise in-house. And I was just, in thinking about this, I mean, I've seen cases of firms failing after trying for years to become GIPS compliant and not really being able to achieve it. And one of the biggest dangers, I think, is not allocating enough resources to the process up front. I mean, you can't really make GIPS somebody's third or fourth job in a firm. I mean, you've got to really have the resources dedicated to it. Whether you're doing it in-house with your own system or engaging a third-party firm to actually do the bulk of the work for you. So you've got to have the expertise in-house or available, and you've got to have the resources to do the job.
Okay. Susan, anything you'd add as far as describing the resources that your firm had to put together to establish compliance?
I think John hit it when he said you have to have the resources. You have to have the staff resource, and the staff resource has to be trained concerning GIPS. Taking the CIPM is a wonderful place to start, but staff resource that are dedicated to knowing what the GIPS standards are and also implementing these in your company.
Okay, good. Matt, anything you'd add?
No, I think those are all really good points. I would say that there is a lot of great information and resources available out there just online that the CFA Institute has also put out, whether it's the help desk, their Q&A website, the handbook itself. There's various checklists, there's various surveys. So there is a lot of information out there available to firms looking to undergo a project such as GIPS compliant, fortunately, and they can all be very helpful as far as figuring out what the scope of this project you're about to undergo really entails.
Okay. Susan, what did you find being the hardest part of getting ready for verification of establishing compliance with GIPS standards?
So I would say getting ready for verification is one thing, and then becoming GIPS compliant from the beginning is also another thing. The hardest thing I think about becoming compliant is just making sure that you have all your data in one place. So if your company has 10 years of performance data and they're scattered in different systems and different databases, I think the hardest piece is just gathering everything together so that you can report your 1, 3, 5, 10 year and since inception data, because that's one of the key things you're looking for. Also, if you don't have policies and procedures that are going to help you, you'll need to sit down and with your legal teams, compliance teams, put together policies and procedures that actually fit the firm's strategy and create those, because that's going to be part of your verification going forward. Also, again, if you don't have the performance personnel, that can be very difficult, and you need somebody who's well-versed in what the standards are. In terms of verification, I mean, that one document, that one composite report is what your verification is based on, because it's telling the verifier exactly what you do. It's giving you your data in terms of performance. It's telling you what your firm definition is, your composite definitions are, and those have to match what you're actually doing. So you have to spend a lot of time not just letting a machine print out a report saying this is your GIPS composite report. You actually have to read through it and make sure that if it says there's 10 accounts in a composite, you actually, when you go into your system and you count them, you have 10 accounts in that composite, because if the verifier looks at that report and he looks at your statement, your composite statement, and you say it's 10 here and it's 9 there, I mean, that's a problem right there. So just making the effort to read through the composite report and making sure that they match what you're actually doing and what you have.
Okay. And did your firm do the work itself, or did you hire a consultant to help you?
So we worked with TSG. They're a great group. Yeah, we took a lot of...
Well, actually, I meant not the verification. I meant...
No, I had a lot of questions
when
we started, and I think at that time TSG had a lot of classes. Classes on GIPS composites and structuring composites, calculations. Those classes were very helpful to me because we were a two-man performance team for a $12 billion company. So just taking those classes, taking the CIPM, and asking Dave a lot of questions was what helped us really take off I believe in 2004.
Okay. Matt, your firm helps firms become compliant. What do you see as some of the biggest challenges that your clients face?
Yeah, I think one point that Susan mentioned that I can't stress enough when talking to clients is making sure that those policies and procedures are relevant. I'm a big fan of keeping things simple. Don't overcomplicate things that don't need to be overcomplicated. You're just making it more difficult. We said there's a lot of resources out there. There's naturally templates for firms to create their own policies and procedures, but don't just take a template and adopt it as your own. Making sure you've really put thought into it, that it's meaningful and something that you're actually doing. So, you don't want something in your policies and procedures manual that you're not following. That's definitely going to be an issue and most likely going to come up in a verification process. So I'll say don't set it and forget it. We recommend our clients to review that at least annually to make sure nothing's changed at the firm. An easy example is maybe you change portfolio accounting system, and that's going to have a slightly different calculation policy than your old one. Making sure it's very clear of what periods are applicable, say, to the old system versus the new system going forward. Revisiting things like your error correction policy and what thresholds you have in place, your composite descriptions. Make sure you're capturing changes, because naturally businesses evolve, your strategies evolve, and making sure that you're updating all those important documents along the way. One thing we, outside of the policies and procedures, that we spend a lot of time with clients that, depending on the dedication and level of review you actually do, does prove to be helpful in verifications. And just, I would say, your faith in the accuracy of the data you're putting forward is outlier reviews. So I can't stress that enough either. Is once you've built the composites, you're reviewing those returns and making sure it makes sense to your expectations. Looking at it even at an account level, whether it's your annual dispersion or you have a way of looking at dispersion on a monthly or quarterly basis, and making sure things look like they're in place, or you have explanation for why account A is deviating from the rest of the composite, or is it in the wrong composite? Is it non-discretionary and needs to be removed? So doing a detailed review, and I'll say our clients that have, I'd say the easiest time through verifications are those that did a good job at that review and give us detailed notes. So when we're working with them, we say, hey, TSG's testing this outlier account. Here's the response you gave on why it's an outlier. Maybe it's an immaterial restriction. That makes the data collection, what you're actually looking for to prove out, so much easier, because the research has already been done. So you're ready and prepared to answer those questions as they come up.
All right, good. Shifting to the verification itself, John, your system helps firms create composites, maintain composites, and so forth. Can you describe some of the data requirements needed for the GIPS verification process?
Sure. Well, most of the verifiers, in fact, all the verifiers that our clients work with have very similar requirements for the data they want to see. And kind of a way to sum that up is they want all the information necessary to reconstruct your composites themselves, if they chose to do so, or to select individual accounts and reconstruct those account level returns. And so you're basically giving them the composite membership across all composites, monthly account values and returns. If you've got sub-monthly returns or daily returns, they want to see those as well. Like a list of all periods that you excluded accounts from composites and why. New accounts that came into the firm over the time period, accounts that closed. I mean, it's just, you have to give them access to everything in order for the process to be successful, including information about the internal dispersion and list of potential outliers.
Okay. What are some of the biggest pain points in preparing data for the verification?
In my experience, and it's something that has already been echoed a couple of times up here, is the firm, I've seen firms just kind of dump the data over the fence to the verifier without taking the steps necessary up front to confirm the internal consistency of all that data. Do the account values that you use for computing your firm AUM match the account values that you used in the composite returns? Or if you did a last-minute tweak of some of the membership in your composites, did you recompute all of your composite returns? Is the kind of timestamp on the data that you use for all your composite and firm asset calculations, does that match? Was it done at the same time You don't really want to give the verifier, like firm asset level numbers that were computed a month ago and composite returns that were computed yesterday. Because we all know that the data on your portfolio system is potentially shifting all the time after month end. And so you want to make sure that everything is snapshot at the same time so it's internally consistent.
Okay. Matt, anything you'd add to that?
You know, what I see come up that causes issues to John's point on the timing is when we're updating performance throughout the year, so maybe it's not being used in a verification currently at the moment, say we're doing year-to-date performance of 2024. Naturally, everyone wants their performance numbers after, say, month end or quarter end, but don't jump the gun. You know, make sure that things are reconciled when we're pulling it down. You know, we've heard it on an earlier panel, the garbage in, garbage out. If that data is not reconciled, not accurate, there's definitely going to be issues in making sure that that is complete and it's not some systematic issue that's impacting potentially every account at the firm if it's being pulled down too early.
Okay. Susan, what about you? Pain points, in particular, the first time that you established compliance with GIPS and went through the verification, and then maybe a little bit the ongoing. What is your biggest data challenge?
So I think the biggest pain point is really the policies and procedures, because you want to read every single word to make sure that that's exactly what you're implementing in real life. So your firm definition, you have to make sure that that hasn't changed. Your definition of discretionary versus non-discretionary, all those kinds of things. So even an account moved from a discretionary to a non-discretionary status in March, you have to remember and footnote that, have that in the disclosure. So just reading every single year your policies and procedures, because sometimes we go through changes and we sort of clock it in our minds that, oh yeah, this changed, but I have a process where every month if there's a change, I'm documenting it as the year goes along, because you want that to be disclosed in your footnotes when you're putting together your policies and procedures, because that also translates into your composite report. So I think that's always been a big pain point for me, is just going through systematically the error correction policy, the pricing policies, all the policies that we have. And then also looking at your composite definitions and making sure that your accounts still fit within the composite definitions. Some people use dispersion to make those, to use those as guidance. So if you're using, standard deviation or whatever measure of dispersion you're using, when you have an outlier, you want to make sure that you can either explain why that outlier still belongs in the composite, or you have to just take it out. And if you have to rerun your performance because it was an error, you do that before the verification. You do that before, you close out the year. Another pain point is making sure that all the accounts are within the minimum asset and management values. So if your minimum AUM for a composite, for example, is $1 million, and you have an account in there that's $800,000, if you miss that, it's going to come up in your verification. So again, making sure that you are going through all the policies, the procedures, and all the rules, and don't let a machine just print a report for you and say, here are my GIPS composite reports. Review every single item and just double check that that's accurate. And I think that's just the biggest pain point, is just the review every year, every document. If you have 100 composites because your definitions are too narrow, that would be a bigger pain point for you. I think it usually makes sense to have more broader definitions, so you don't have 100 composites, but if that's what works for the firm, then good for you, but that's 100 reviews you have to do every year.
Okay. Sticking with composite membership for a moment, Matt, any thoughts about best practices about checking the composite membership on an ongoing basis for minimum significant cash flows, outliers, things like that?
Yeah, I recommend that be done in as real time as possible because you're naturally looking back at the history of an account. Say you're doing it every quarter or every month throughout the years. You're preparing to build up that annual track record for the next verification. Your research is just going to be a lot easier when you're talking to other team members, maybe talking to the PM of that account to say, hey, what was going on with that, say, outlier a couple months ago? That's a much easier conversation than asking about an outlier that's 4 years ago if you're maybe doing an initial verification. So the more real-time review, I found that just makes it a lot easier and a lot more efficient, and you're just going to get through the process a lot quicker because that information is going to be much more readily available. At least from, John, you mentioned membership. I think I mentioned it earlier. I like simple membership policies. For example, a firm could put a fully invested clause on their composites, so you have to have maybe less than X% of cash before a new account enters, which I think that's great in theory, and that's how you're managing your strategy. But if you don't have a way to track and monitor that, you're going to make mistakes most likely. And once those come up in verifications, I had a quick and easy answer if you said verification pain points. It's errors a lot of times, membership errors, outlier errors. That has a very real chance of expanding the scope of the verification. So additional samples, additional time, additional resources, and just putting you further away from the finish line of the goal of finishing that project. So again, going back to that policies and procedures, make sure it makes sense and it's something that you can monitor and maintain. So whether that's a first month after the account's invested, it goes into the composite versus some complicated fully invested policy. Again, I like fully invested policies, but only if there's a good way to monitor and manage something like that.
Okay. John, anything you'd add to that?
Well, I guess I would say that, using a composite system would help you automate the process of checking the criteria for inclusion. The other side of using a system is that a lot of firms, when they start on the process, don't really have any idea if they're looking at these various criteria, how big of a cash flow is disruptive to the investment process that you're going through, or what level of outside assets held by a client would prevent you from fully implementing the investment strategy. And if you got a system that can do those checks for you, and then you can sort of run them in an iterative fashion to actually discover what kind of levels of cash flows or cash or disrupting your policy and creating outliers. So that's one advantage to using a system.
Okay, all right, very good. Let's talk about policies for a moment. Matt, do you get involved with helping firms with their policies? And what do you see as being the biggest difficulties that firms have in defining what they do?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do. That's typically our first step when working with a new client to make sure we have an understanding. So what composites do they have? How many composites? Do we have a meaningful definition of discretion to figure out which accounts are even required to be in composites in the first place? I may be an outlier on this, but I love policies and procedures discussions. So, that's something that I really enjoy going through and making sure that they understand and tying it all back together to make a meaningful program for the firm to help them achieve and maintain GIPS compliance. So we spend a lot of time on that. And maybe in these initial steps, as you start to review outliers for the first time, for example, you're finding ways to make policies that make sense. John mentioned like composite minimums or significant cash flow. That can become fairly evident at times in outlier reviews when the first time you're looking at composite. Are all of our outliers extreme cash flow accounts? Are they the smaller accounts? Well, there's policies in place that can help you tighten that up and make a much more meaningful composite that really reflects how you are intending to manage these accounts towards that given strategy.
So going into the verification process the first time, Susan, any idea how long it took your firm from a duration standpoint, the starting process to establish GIPS compliance and being ready for the verification?
I would say it took us roughly a year.
A year?
Yeah, because just from collecting data, making sure the data was in one place, the policies and procedures reviews, creating the composites, defining the composites, and the definition of composites, we sat down with portfolio managers also And so there was a lot of back and forth, you know, we wanted to be broad, we wanted to be narrow. At some point, we had maybe 25 composites, and then we ended up narrowing them all down to about 12 composites because we had things like, you know, an intermediate broad composite, an intermediate broad A+ composite, intermediate broad A+ 1 to 3 composite. You know, at some point it just becomes meaningless. And so we were able to consolidate, but then it took a lot of discussion, a lot of review over long periods of time, and not everybody was happy at the end of it, but we had something that was reasonable, that was relevant, and that could easily be reviewed so that when it came to looking at those composite rules, and it really helps to have a rules-based system also, I must say. It was easy to just see what the outliers are, what fit in the composites, what didn't fit, and made it easier for us come the end of the year for verification.
Now, when you say rules-based system, did you use the rules to actually determine which portfolios go into the composite automatically, or is it more of a warning to?
More of a warning for me. I know some use it for creation and ongoing, but I use those more for warnings because at the end of every month, I'm checking everything anyway.
All right, very good. And then ongoing for verification each year, how long do you think it takes you on average to prepare for the verification?
So I start preparing in November, knowing that my verification is usually in February or March. So it takes me about 3 months to get all the data I need for verification. Yeah.
Okay. And Matt, is that a similar process for your clients?
Yeah, yes, it is similar, especially the ongoing verifications, just working with them throughout the year, I believe, as I mentioned. So it is real-time data that we're discussing. I got to be honest, the question of how long is this verification going to take is, we get it all the time, and I can never give anyone a one-size-fits-all answer. It really just depends on the firm's structure, your resources, the capacity that you're ready to undergo a verification. So when you get requests, can your team turn that around quickly? Or is it going to take you a week or 2 weeks because you have all these other obligations that you're juggling at the same time? So having that dedicated team, being strategic when you plan the verification, you guys doing it early in the year, but maybe that doesn't work for all teams, and doing it a little later in the year when you have more capacity to work through it. Some things I think as big factors are, how many accounts, how many composites, are you managing funds, or are they separate accounts, are all really going to be factors on the scope of the verification, how long it's going to take. So some firms can get through it very quickly, and others it's going to be a much longer process just due to complexities in the size of their firm.
Okay, all right, very good. Now, we may have some here that are not GIPS compliant and don't intend to be, but do need to prepare composites for reporting and marketing and so forth. Assuming John and Matt, you help clients with that as well, how does that process change for a firm that's not compliant with the GIPS standards?
In terms of how they're constructing their composites?
Yeah, and how they work with you and
the process is still similar. I still personally use the GIPS standards as kind of a Northern Light best practice, even for firms that don't want to become GIPS compliance. Now, because GIPS is a firm-wide claim, a firm that is going for GIPS compliance is going to have to create composites that house all their discretionary fee-paying accounts. But if a firm is electing to not be GIPS compliant, they could certainly just focus on their strategies that they want to market, so they have the composites built for the particular strategies that they want advertisements for. But personally, I take an identical process through it. It's just more of a question of whether we're looking at the entire firm and having those conversations for the GIPS in mind of saying, yeah, even if you don't care about that strategy, it's still discretionary and something we need to build versus the maybe SEC firm that is just looking at a few composites and not all of them.
Okay. John, anything you'd add, and any pain points that are different that you see there?
No, they seem to be about the same. I think Matt covered it pretty well.
Okay, all right, good. So now shifting to post-verification, once you establish compliance with the GIPS standards, Susan, how did that improve your firm on an ongoing basis?
I think our overall processes have really benefited from that because we have very standardized processes for month-end performance, for composite performance, and we didn't have that before. and we are very intentional in making sure that we have timely, relevant data in terms of pricing, in terms of benchmark data, in terms of performance data. And so I think it's helped us become more robust, and I think it's also helped us become intentional when it comes to policies and procedures as well, and being very careful that, again, I can't stress that enough, we're doing what we say on paper, and then we're also documenting everything on paper that we're actually doing.
Okay. And besides some of the operational improvements, have you guys actively used GIPS to leverage for marketing purposes?
We definitely have, yes. And as I mentioned before, I think that just being GIPS compliant is just, it gives more weight now than it did in the past, because you're telling that TPA or you're telling that investor that your processes are robust, you're not cherry picking, and that you're actually intentional about being ethical and transparent when it comes to performance.
Okay. And within your firm, have there been discussions about trying to justify the cost of GIPS compliance and GIPS verification versus the marketing that the firm brings in from it?
John, there's a discussion about cost for everything. Everything is too expensive, but I think the GIPS speaks for itself. I think the standards and the end result speaks for itself, and you can't buy someone trusting your data. It's a priceless thing for someone to say, I trust your data. And I think because of that, we're GIPS compliant, costs are not.
Okay. Matt, do you get involved with your clients working with leveraging marketing advantage of GIPS?
We do, and at least of my personal opinion, I tell clients of ours, especially right after they first achieve GIPS compliance, that why not market it? You spent time, money, a lot of effort to get to that point. I think it was, I can't remember the year, it was before the 2020 standards even came out. I was at the GIPS conference and someone on a panel asked the audience to raise their hands of who uses the GIPS advertising guidelines, and it was a very small amount, which I was personally surprised to see. So, and we make sure to educate our clients of, look, there's other ways you can market performance outside of a GIPS report. Naturally, there's the distribution requirements of that GIPS report, but you can use things like fact sheets, other statistics outside of the GIPS report to advertise your performance and leverage what you've done. And there's a different set of disclosures you can use to highlight that your firm is GIPS compliant and take advantage of your competitive advantage by going through that effort. So I'm always of the mindset of, why not? You put all the effort forward to it, put it out there.
Good. Let's go back to the SEC marketing rule and GIPS. Susan, did your firm have any challenges with the marketing rule? And now that we're well into the era of complying with it, how has that been?
Because we are GIPS compliant, it was very minimal effort for us to comply with the new SEC marketing rule. There was almost little that we had to do to be compliant. What I do not like, though, is the discussion about yield. And so for our disclosure last year, I simply put in our disclosures that we do not consider yield to be performance, and left it at that. Obviously, if the SEC reads it, they'll take it so many different ways, but I'm just letting them know upfront that we do not think that yield is performance in a company as of now. And I think not having a cash composite helps, because I think when you have cash, yield all of a sudden does become performance. But most of our composites are non-pure cash composites. So I can afford to do that. I don't know if we can do that again, but it was just my initial, we do not consider yield as performance, and that's our stand for now.
Okay. And this is yield presented in your GIPS reports?
We do not present yield at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the need to have the disclosure about yield was in other reports, or?
It's because we use those in some of our fact sheets.
Okay.
So I had that disclosure in our PMPs.
Okay. Any thoughts on that, Matt or John?
Yeah, I can really just speak to yield from conversations. It's not a statistic we personally calculate on behalf of our clients, but having those conversations, if our clients are going to put it in marketing, that we've reviewed to make sure that they are comfortable in the stance that they're taking on whether it is a performance statistic or not, and whether they're comfortable potentially, taking a risk that an SEC examiner may have a different viewpoint than them, and being able to support what viewpoint they feel comfortable standing behind. So, that's about as involved as we get when it comes to at least yield specifically. But we have a lot of conversations with clients when we are calculating things like Sharpe ratio, alpha, beta, drawdown. Do you want to show that gross, or do you want to show it net, and being comfortable on the stance they take on whether that is indeed performance that's required to be net, or if they don't view it that way and they're comfortable defending that decision.
Okay. And with that then, both Susan and Matt, those perhaps controversial issues, do you document in your GIPS policies then your stance?
Yes.
And defense, so to speak?
I do, because I think it's important to, first of all, declare what you're doing, and that's the stand we're taking, and then apply it consistently. So I can't apply it in one composite and then in another composite decide, oh, I want yield to be performance. So it's just for documentation and consistency purposes that we did that. I think John wanted to add, or
sure.
had a question.
Well, I'm just, some of our clients have been very explicitly expressed that, in the past, they've viewed GIPS compliance as kind of a safe harbor from the SEC. And, but after the advertising rule came out, they expressed some level of doubt, and we're kind of waiting to see, where the SEC went with enforcement actions. Because there is quite a bit of leeway in the standards on defining things like discretion and defining the firm that's not directly addressed, by the advertising rule, that could be someday. There's just, some changes, now having to label carve-outs as hypothetical, just got back into the GIPS standards, and now people are wary of doing carve-outs. The need to, the inability to include exclude non-fee paying accounts kind of across the board automatically from composites. There's some level of concern with that.
Very good. Maybe now we'll open it up to questions.
Sounds good to me, John.
All right.
We did have an online question. How common is it for pension plans to pursue GIPS compliance?
I guess I can take that. We recently did a survey of asset owners, and one of the things we tried to measure was adoption rates for the GIPS standards. And we do see that it's steadily increasing. So hasn't been a flood, but we are seeing more and more asset owners start to comply with the GIPS standards. I think to some degree, in the U.S., it's primarily the public pension funds. And then when we get outside the U.S., we see some interest in the Middle East and other areas with sovereign wealth funds. So steady increase.
Any thoughts around frequency of verification? So in terms of more often than annually, so we're currently on like a quarterly verification. Any thoughts around that? Obviously some pros and cons to doing it more often, but.
I'll say, at least from our client base and my personal experience, I can't think of a single client we currently work with that does it more frequently than annually. When clients are thinking about what works best for them, naturally, I'm sure you find some advantage of saying we have been verified through Q1, Q2, if you're doing that on a quarterly basis, but it's a much more frequent project naturally too. So I would also tie it back to your internal capacity to do it more frequently than annually. But my personal experience is annual is definitely by and far the most common frequency.
That's a good question. What would constitute an asset being non-discretionary from the perspectives of both asset managers as well as asset owners? Any examples to share other than the obvious reasons where client-directed external cash flows, that would trigger temporary loss of discretion, right?
I can start on that one. We manage our insurance company, which is a parent company, assets, and some of those assets are custody-only assets, and so those are not investment assets. Those become non-discretionary, even though they're part of our AUM. We have some clients who have really liquid accounts, and they trade so frequently that right up front we establish that this is going to be non-discretionary because the money is just coming in and out, and it has no actual strategy. It's just a liquid account. So those are some examples of what we at least as a firm would consider non-discretionary. And whatever you deem non-discretionary, just make sure you're applying it consistently, and then you document it in your policies. I don't think there's any stringent rules on what should or should not be, but it just depends on the dynamics of your firm and making sure you're documenting it and applying it across the board. Yes.
I'd say to Susan's comment on consistency, one thing that we'll typically recommend is having some sort of threshold on that client restriction. So whether that's 5%, 10%, 15%, then you have a very clear policy to say this account has a cash restriction and maybe it's only 5% of the account, but your policy says 10% is your materiality level. Well, that account by definition can go and needs to go in a composite. So having just very clear policies, we tend to start the conversation around discretion with just some common examples that we see a lot of firms use. So, recurring distributions, liquidity needs, like Susan mentioned. Legacy assets is a common one that you see, and at what level does that become material? Another common one we see is tax restrictions. So maybe you have a client that's very sensitive to taking on too much capital gains in the year, and it doesn't allow you to rebalance like you would someone that doesn't have that same level of tax sensitivity, or just a few that come to mind for me.
I'll just mention while we're waiting for, we do have a question there. Quickly on the frequency question that was asked, we have about, a few hundred verification clients. I would say the vast majority do annual, and nobody does more frequent than annual in our client base, and about 5 to 7%, I would say, do every other year. So just to give some statistics there. Yes?
So 30-year-old firm, not GIPS compliant, but has two strategies that they do advertise, and they want to become GIPS compliant in the future, but they've gone from the first 10 years doing quarterly performance, then monthly performance, and now daily performance, and then also the minimums for the two strategies have also increased, obviously, over the years. How does that impact when you're bringing somebody on as a new client to verify, and are there any things we should watch out for with those changes for 30 years?
I guess I could take it first. So a couple strategies. It shouldn't be too complex of a process to establish compliance and go through verification. You need to have a minimum of 5 years when you establish compliance with the GIPS standards, and then after that you add a year annually until you have at least a 10-year track record. So you could start with just 5 years, or you could make it longer and go back further. And if you didn't do more than 5 the first year, when the next year comes, you can add a year back in the history and so forth. So you can approach it from that standpoint. With respect to valuation frequency, you do need to use a monthly, at least, valuation frequency for anything after 2000, basically, right? So I'm not sure when you would switch from quarterly to monthly, but that would be one thing to keep in mind.
It was right around there, so we're good there, but.
Okay. All right, I think with that, we'll wrap up. So please join me in thanking our panel. And it looks like we are at a break time. So afternoon break, please come back at 3:10 p.m.
And don't forget to get your global passport stamped. It's your last chance to get in the raffle for the money. We also have a first-rate whiskey up here that we'll be raffling off. You got to be in the room to make it happen.
10 after, we're getting started. All right. So first of all, thank you for hanging around. The last speaker always has the expectation, I guess, that there'll be a few less people. And we made a decision a number of years ago that the last speaker would be somebody from our firm. So we're not putting that responsibility on somebody outside of our firm. And this topic, I can't say where it came from exactly, I don't remember, but I guess I was reflecting on a number of facts that we typically do not see in an attribution report, although we may talk about it. So I thought, well, put this together. And this was actually originally this slide I was going to use as the first slide, but I thought it made sense to be the next one because of all the numbers. And so you have all these numbers you're putting out now, and I'm suggesting you should add more. So I could see this being a reply. You know, seriously, we're not giving enough already. But it's really trying to diagnose where the excess return came from, right? Knowing that if we're just looking at selection and allocation, we're probably misstating, that we're probably including some other decision that may be being made or some other attribute, and so you're not getting the insights that you could. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through several of these facts and touch on them, explain what I mean by it, in one or two cases go through some math. But for the most part, just talking about what the effect is and why you should, in fact, be addressing it. So the first one is risk. So there should be a contribution to excess return that's coming from the risk difference between the portfolio and the benchmark. In most cases, almost all cases, the portfolio has more risk or less risk, and so that risk differential is somehow factoring in, or should be factored in. And this occurred to me a number of years ago, and I thought I had an original idea, and then I realized, no, actually, several people had written on it, including several articles in the Journal of Performance Measurement. So my memory was not too sharp there. So if you think about it, one way we know we can, or not know, but one way that we anticipate or expect to gain excess return, to gain alpha, is by taking on more risk, right? So if we use beta, for example, as our risk measure, and a beta of 1 is the same as the benchmark, so if we have a higher beta, especially in a bull market, right, we would be expecting to get some excess returns from that. And Jensen's alpha, right, Jensen's alpha is all about that, right? Michael Jensen recognized that one way to juice up your performance is have a higher beta. And if you don't take that into consideration with excess return, you just simply have portfolio return minus benchmark return, you're not seeing, the reason you're getting more performance is because of higher beta. So Jensen's alpha takes that into consideration, right? So Jensen's alpha is a risk-adjusted excess return where he says, you're not going to get a free ride here, a free lunch. I know you're juicing up, or maybe it's going the other way, of course you could too, but so let's take that off the table. So this idea of recognizing I might have more risk and therefore my higher returns coming from that, or less risk, which also could be higher return if it's in a bear market. So shouldn't we be taking that in consideration? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, good. So again, it's not a new topic. I wrote about this now 8 years ago, and I've done a couple talks on it. And in my way of doing it, I use M squared, Modiani. But Ernie Ankrum did it in around 1998. He wrote an article. It may have been in the FAJ. I don't remember where. I have it if anybody wants to see it. He used, as I recall, beta. Carl Bacon also has written on this. I don't remember what he used, but it's in one of his books. And Jose Manchero wrote an article for the Journal of Performance Measurement and used information ratio. So when I did my talk, which again I've done it a couple times, I'm a big fan of M squared, Modiani, and I think it's really very well suited for a way to show a risk effect, right? So when I've done it, I've gotten positive feedback, including from some asset owners who've said, oh, I like this. But I don't know that it's actually been implemented. For that matter, if anyone does risk attribution, as an attribution effect, we have risk attribution as a totally different analytical process. But here I'm talking about having, as part of your standard Brinson style attribution, to have risk attribution. Have a pricing effect. Pricing effect comes in when there's a difference in prices. Now, it's not so common on the equity side, but it can occur, right? Especially in a global portfolio where the portfolio might have a security priced differently than in the benchmark. And I give an example here where maybe you have a stock that's priced at 101, the benchmark has it priced at 100.5 or $100.50. And so your outperformance for selection isn't because you pick better stocks, you price them higher. Now, maybe not consciously price them higher, but they're priced higher. This is clearly or much more prevalent in a fixed income portfolio, right? Whether you don't have market prices, you've got a fixed income index that prices bonds differently than you, and your manager thinks that price is wrong, so they price it differently. Now, you could eliminate the effect by pricing them the same, right? You could price the portfolio using the benchmark's price or vice versa, but neither of them are particularly good, right? You believe your price is a better price, is more accurate. You have taken the trouble to price the security, and you believe your price is a better price to be using. So you don't want to use the benchmark. On the other hand, if you use your price for the benchmark, then you have a disconnect with the benchmark, your index, right? It's not going to be the same. And maybe you're not even allowed to do that because your license agreement may prohibit that. So what do people do? They ignore this, I think. For the most part, you ignore it, and it's just being bundled in to selection, all right? But I would advocate doing the math. And so I thought about this. How would I do the math? So I'm going to share with you what I think would work, but I'm sure there are other ways. If Carl Bacon was here, Carl has spoken about this, I know. He probably has a method, and I'm sure other folks have thought about it. So as I say here, if I use the same prices for the sector returns, okay, which price would I use, right? So, I mean selection returns, but I would use the benchmark because I would want the pricing effect to recognize what I did, how I priced differently, right? So I would use the benchmark return. And so I calculate the selection effect using the same, and then I calculate the selection effect using the different prices. And that difference is the pricing effect, right? So I just take the difference. So here I give you an example. If the portfolio is at 101, the benchmark's at 100.5, all right? I start off by using the same price, and I calculate my effect, and then I calculate it using the different one. So here I'm showing the selection effect with the same price. There's no effect. I mean, that's what we would expect. In this case, of course, if we're doing it at the sector level, you will have a difference, right? Because all your securities are not going to be priced differently. But I just did it as a simple example where I have a sector with just one security and it's priced differently. So when it's priced the same, I get an effect of 0. And then I price it using different prices, right, the way I have it priced. And that gives me an effect of 50 basis points. And so in that case, my pricing effect, not my selection effect, my pricing effect is 50 basis points, all right? Because selection in this particular case is 0. I get no benefit for selection, and the difference is entirely the pricing difference, all right? And a key point here is that their sum has to equal what the selection effect would have been naturally, all right? It has to equal that, right? We, at the end of the day, we still have to tie out to the excess return, all right? So that's a requirement, all right? The next effect that I think is worth looking at is the trading effect, all right? Now, this is something that we've talked about on the periphery for a number of years. I don't know how many organizations do this, but it's basically transaction cost analysis. I did this, my first client when I started a company 34 years ago was a Japanese software developer based in the States, but they were developing some software. And one of the things we were doing was transaction cost analysis or transaction cost measurement. And there are some firms that do this religiously, all right, because they recognize that a trader can do a good job or a bad job in executing the trades. So if the portfolio manager says, I want to buy X, whatever that is, and then sends it to the trader, how they go about executing can be very efficient or it can be harmful. And so there are traders who are very conscious of who I give certain trades to, that if I'm going to execute small cap, I give it to a certain broker to execute, right? Emerging markets goes over here, okay? And there are others that don't really think about this. And then there's the execution of a large block. If I put a large block of stock out, it can move the market, right? So there's a lot that goes into this. So this is basically attempting to figure out if the manager has a great idea, but it's poorly executed, should they be penalized for it? And I think the answer would be no, okay? And so by looking at this, and so doing the evaluation using these techniques, and there are various ways that this has been going on for over 40 years. You may have heard of some of the things, like one of them is called VWAP, Go ahead, louder. Yeah, volume weighted? Average price? The what? Yeah. So somebody knows about that. We talk about market impact. These techniques are out there. And so it's a matter of how do we then incorporate that. So once we measure it, so if we say, for example, if at the point I send the trade to the desk, I strike I know what the price is of that security. And then we see what was it executed at, and that difference, that would be the trading effect, I think. That's my thinking on this. I don't know if anybody does this as part of attribution, okay? It's done separately to evaluate the managers, and again, some organizations do it. There are parties out there that will do this for you. But instead of just evaluating the trader, why don't we tie it back into the attribution effect? So that's the idea. There was an article in the Journal of Performance Measurement that talked about this, and I already suggested to Patrick that maybe next year for PMAR, we have one of those folks come and talk about this, because I think it's an idea, been around a long time, but a lot of performance measurement people don't know about it, so just to become aware and then to see, is there something, does it make sense to try to bring that in to the attribution? The next effect is currency effect. Now, you might think, of course people do currency effect, and a lot of people do, right? They'll use Kronosky-Singer, for example. But I have a suspicion that in the States, a lot of US managers don't look at this. And I know for a fact that at least some don't, okay? I had an incident is probably not the right way to phrase it, but I was teaching one of our classes in Manhattan, and one of the students explained to me that he had started a firm, an asset management company. He decided, I'm going to do this. He had had a seat on the New York Stock Exchange. He sold the seat and decided, I'm going to open up a shop. And he explained that he had hired somebody as a portfolio manager because of the phenomenal performance they had, okay? And this manager invested in Euroland, okay? It wasn't until after he hired this person that he discovered that most of the performance came from the movement of the euro versus the dollar. So he went back a number of years ago, if you remember. I remember one day, because we used to travel to Europe quite a bit, and the dollar was stronger than the euro. And all of a sudden, I go there, and I'm expecting if I give $100 to get euros, I'm going to get more than 100. No, I got less. What happened? Well, the euro strengthened, right? So if you had money invested in Euroland, and it did nothing, the stock price did not move, but the currency did, you get good performance. But it's attributable to the currency. And that's what happened in this particular case, that this fellow only looked at the return without taking into consideration the currency effect. And so I suspect there are some folks in the States that invest overseas, but just don't even take that into consideration. And yet in reality, it can, as we know, have an impact, right? And this is basically what I just talked about, going into Euroland. Currency attribution is more complicated. Now, there is a very naive approach. I'm not going to go over it. Kronosky-Singer is far superior. Kronosky-Singer bifurcates the impact, right? It identifies how much of the currency effect comes from forward contracts and how much comes from the market, okay? It's more complicated, but it works. And it allows you then to analyze your portfolio and say, okay, how much came from the investments themselves and what went on in the market, and how much came from the fact that when we take euros or yen or pound sterling and come back and do our currency, US dollars or Canadian dollars or whatever it might be, how much of it is attributable to the movement of the currency, right? Okay. The next effect is inflation. It's unfortunate that Steve Campisi had to leave right after lunch, because Steve is one who often speaks about not taking inflation into consideration, all right? From our investment perspective, from an analytical perspective, that we don't think about it. Now, until recently, what was there to think about? There was no real inflation, but over the last couple years, we have seen significant inflation. And that would impact our investment, right? We get a certain amount at the end of a period, and we say, oh, I made so much money, but if inflation is high, maybe it's not so much, right? So my thinking here is, should we be including this in attribution, all right? I don't really know the answer. I'm just throwing it out that maybe having some sort of awareness of how inflation helps or hurts might be worth doing, okay? I haven't thought about how I would do it. I'm just kind of throwing it out there as an idea that, especially again with the way inflation has hit the world, but especially the United States over the last year plus, should we be analyzing it, all right? So just tossing it out. Okay, and the last effect I mentioned is perhaps the best one, because of my own views on this. It is somewhat controversial. Interaction effect. Not everybody chose interaction effect. So a little group participation. How many of you calculate equity attribution and report interaction as a separate effect? Show of hands. Not many. Okay. How many of you combine it with selection? Yeah, most people do that. Yeah. Yeah. And why is that? Why is it we combine it? And I think one reason it's hard to explain. I mean, what does it mean, interaction? Some people say it has no meaning. Carl Bacon likes to say that, let's say your organization, from an investment perspective, has two groups. One group's responsible for allocation decisions. We're going to overweight this sector, we're going to underweight that sector. And somebody else is responsible for selection. So when you get your report, and you get your allocation effect, you say, okay, I'm going to reward that person or that group because we had a positive allocation effect. And then we look at the selection effect, and it's positive, we want to reward them. But then we look at interaction, that's positive too. Who do we give the money to, right? Who's responsible for interaction? Now, there are people out there who detest, that's a strong term, but dislike the interaction effect. Steve Campisi is one, Carl Bacon is another. And I happen to love it. I happen to think it has value. I wrote an article on just the interaction effect and why I think it should be reported. So again, it's controversial, but I'll just give an example why I think it's a mistake to combine it with selection effect. Now, you could combine it with allocation, but I don't know that anybody does that. I think almost everybody who chooses not to report a separate line for interaction tosses it in with interaction. It's really simple to do that. Use the weighted portfolio instead of the weighted benchmark and your selection effect, and voila, you don't have a separate interaction effect. So if we look at this example, we see that the portfolio, and this is, I'm using, well, actually, I'm not doing the whole thing, but well, I guess I am. I'm using Princeton-Fockler, not Princeton-Hood-Biebauer. So the benchmark has a positive return, 1%, but the portfolio is more positive, 3%. And we underweight it, all right? So underweighting, when we outperform the benchmark, is deemed not a good thing, okay? So we look at the allocation effect, and it's negative 5 basis points, right? On the left-hand side, I've isolated the interaction effect. So the interaction is a difference in weights times the difference in returns. And we see it's a negative 10. And our selection is 20 basis points. When we add that up, we get our excess return of 5 basis points, okay? So we have 5 basis point difference, all right? Now, when we combine it, of course, our allocation effect doesn't change because that's not influenced by this. But what we've done now is we have put the interaction effect with selection, and we've reduced it, all right? So instead of recognizing that the manager's selection decision was very good, that instead of that, we are lowering it because of what? Because of the poor allocation. Because again, it's a difference in weights, right? And that's a negative number in this case, portfolio minus benchmark, times the difference in returns. The difference in returns is positive. But because of the negative weighting, the underweighting, it causes selection to drop. Now, we could obviously do it the other way around, too. We could have a case where the allocation was very good, selection not so good, and now they get rewarded, okay? But what is the harm with showing interaction? And I can explain it. I can explain that the interaction effect, we lost 10 basis points. Why? Because of the poor allocation decision. And in the article, one thing I suggested that is if you wanted to not show interaction, fine, combine it. But in this case, I wouldn't put it with selection. I'd put it with allocation because that was the bad decision. And so instead of showing an allocation effect of minus 5 basis points, I'd show a negative of minus 15 basis points. So in the article, I suggested that don't just default, always it goes to selection. It would be take a look at it and think about it. So, okay, so there are the several effects that I think could add some insights. Whenever I teach about attribution, I always say attribution is about insights. It gives you insights into what is going on. At the end of the period, you have positive excess return. Where did it come from? And this helps you, right? If you only show allocation and selection, right, you're missing out. There are so many other things you could look at, right? I happen to think risk is perhaps the biggest thing that you should be thinking about. The other things, maybe, maybe not, but I do think it's worth at least thinking about. All right, now, I realize I'm supposed to keep talking for another 20 minutes or so, but I'm going to get done early, but does anyone have any questions or comments? You do, Patrick.
I do, from the Zoom room.
Oh, okay.
Would it also make sense to isolate the effect of trade commission and charges separately from the trading effect?
Well, repeat it one more time.
Would it also make sense to isolate the effect of trade commission and charges separately from the trading effect?
Commission separately. Well, it's commissions have dropped so much, although I understand if you're an emerging market or global, you're probably paying higher commission. Maybe. We recognize that the benchmark doesn't have any commission because it has no trades. By doing this, we would be indicating the impact of our transaction costs. It provides some insight. Might be a good idea as an additional line item. Yes.
Thanks, Dave, for the comments. One item on the inflation impact. Isn't the inflation also picked up in the benchmark? Because I've seen some E&F clients where the foundation has to pay the 5%. I've seen kind of rudimentary attribution, I don't know whether it's right or wrong, that takes out the line item of inflation from the returns. The other question on inflation is how would you do it in a global portfolio? Would you have to break it out by each country's inflation rate or do an average there?
Yeah, again, I haven't thought about this very much other than from a very high level. You're right, if we're talking about inflation and we see, well, I guess part of it is how do you measure the inflation? If I look at the bottom line at the end of the period, I made some money, and then say, okay, what is the impact of inflation on that amount of money? Or if there was income, let's say dividends, what's the impact there? If we're saying, can we measure inflation at the security level? So if the security price goes up, are we able to say some of that is attributable to inflation? I don't know, maybe. And that way, it'd make it easier to compare the portfolio and the benchmark. If we know, for example, oil stocks are up, but part of that is inflation. So, okay, let's split that out. And then for a global portfolio, I mean, it can get very complicated if we're trying to think, sitting in some stocks in the UK and their inflation rate is lower or higher than my inflation. Should that be a factor, especially if we're saying global inflation is higher in the UK than it is, let's say, in Germany? So my decision to underweight the UK and overweight Germany, at least from an inflation perspective, I'm not hit as hard. It's probably something to reflect on. So that's a couple interesting ideas, Mike, that if we were to go forward with this, to take that into consideration. Again, when I had this idea months ago, and Patrick wanted a topic, and I had been thinking about this, we listed inflation as one of the things right away, but I haven't given it a lot of thought. But I appreciate that. Anyone else? Oh, wow.
Yeah, hi. Regarding inflation, in practicality, I think that could be an idea that is nice on paper, but somewhat difficult to implement. Because as an economist, I used to follow those indicators. They are published mid-month or after the half of the month for the preceding month. So let's say you need to explain the performance for March 31st, but the only inflation number, the last one you have, is the end of February. That complicates somewhat the process.
Well, we do that today, right? We have lag with private equity where it's a whole quarter lag. And there are two approaches that a lot of firms use. One is, at the end of the first quarter, and you do your evaluation, you're actually using the fourth quarter's private equity valuation, right? It's not unusual for folks to do that. So And then when I get to the second quarter, I'm using the prices from the first quarter, right? I lag. And then the second approach, which some folks will do, is they then, when they get those prices finally, they go back and revise their valuations. So in a similar way here, you could say we're lagged on inflation. So yes, at the end of March, I'm actually using the February. Or we could say, that's what I'm using today, but come April, when I get the March numbers, I'm going to go back and revise the preliminary numbers. So it could be handled. Again, it's something that we do today. So if we came up with a method, but knowing that, yeah, inflation is always lagged by 30 days approximately, that this is how we are going to address it. But as a good point, so if we were to go forward with this idea, it's just something else to take into consideration, that you have lagged inflation numbers. How do you want to incorporate that into your analysis?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
David, Ellery Stone from State Street. I was just going to mention some back on the pricing and trading and transaction cost effects. We had an article published, I think, in 2017 that may be of interest to look back at in our so-called NAV decomposition service for indexed or passive portfolios, where you're slicing up tracking error or observed return difference between a portfolio and benchmark that's much smaller than you'd be working with in the active domain. And we do have these calculations in that model.
Oh, wow. Great.
They require a pretty tightly coupled connection with an accounting platform that can give you transaction costs and other details, and obviously index information. So a lot of data requirements to support it, way beyond what you need for Brinson-Fockler attribution.
Right. Well, I remember that, again, it was about 34 years ago when I did this first assignment, we visited State Street. I don't know if it was SSGA or who we visited, but I know it was somebody there, because you had a reputation back then as being folks that really paid attention to transaction cost, that you recognize that the manager does, and maybe with the analyst, right, they do a phenomenal job identifying securities, and then it's botched when you did the execution. You're giving up alpha. And so for the trading, and also, I think what you also did was recognize that the traders play a very important role. And if you are a trader, it's not just simply you get a ticket and you execute. No, you think about it. Who should I give the trade to? How should I implement it? If it's a large trade, I don't want to tip my hand. So how do I do it? And I know there are crossing networks out there, and there are other ways that you can execute efficiently. So if I'm a professional trader, I don't just execute. I think about it, right? So you guys, and again, I know there are others that do it too. Abel Noser is probably still right. That's a brokerage firm that name sticks out in my head as somebody that actually does this analysis for folks. And that's great. Yeah, so I'd like to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm impressed to have this many questions. Okay, no more? Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to go into
one of those. Raffle time? All right, so we have $250, $200, and $100. We also have first-rate whiskey from Andalusia and the famous Thomas Sweet chocolate bar.
Wow.
All right, Dave will pick out the $250. You have to be in the room.
Okay, so the first prize to 250. Yep. Okay. Lee Cow?
Lee?
Oh,
Come on down.
Come on down.
You just won $250.
Oh, it's a photo op time. Yeah, I guess that's the right person.
Pick the next one.
Oh, I like that.
Who is it? It is James Damian. James, are you in the room? There you are. $200 to James. John Leary, $100. This guy's making out like a bandit. McAllen, 18, $100. We're going right to the bar, right?
Yeah, come on. Ah, a team. You're going to pick, she's going to read?
You want some whiskey? And the chocolate bar.
It's Thomas Sweets. Wow.
Thomas Sweets.
That's pretty good. It is. Okay. Hakeem. The chances are we only have one Hakeem in the room. If we have, is that right? H, looks like H, our last name is EZCMOKHAI. Not in the room? Okay, we'll do it again. Either that or somebody that doesn't like chocolate. Ayushi Gupta. Okay. All right, well, that's it for us. Thank you for being here. We hope you enjoyed the last 2 days. I want to congratulate the folks that we honored, the two women that are now members of the Outstanding Women in Performance. We did the Dietz Award. We had two people with the Hall of Fame, my colleague John Simpson being one, and Ian Thompson, who scooted out. He's heading to New York for the weekend with his wife. He's from the UK. So thank you. We hope you enjoyed it. And we'll be back here next May. Thank you.
There used to be a graying tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's high and out the pill. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become alive and the light that you shine can be seen? Now can tell you so much he can say. You